good afternoon, and good evening. I wholeheartedly offer whatever suits your time zone, but more importantly, I say blue morning to you because, in fact, it is the Blue Morning Show. Welcome back to another Chelsea news on Chelsea Perspective, specifically on the Blue Morning Show. We have quite a few stuff to talk about. It will be semi-structured today. Some stuff that I have aligned, and some stuff we will discuss that's from those in the chat. So sit back, relax, and let's get into the show. Yes, people, welcome back to the Blue Morning Show. Again, I said it's a tradition here on Chelsea Perspective. I will start by going through the chat to find out how those there are doing, because we're a community from beyond a channel to a community. And please, as you're coming in, keep liking the video. So do subscribe to the channel if you haven't. The likes and do a lot for the channel. So thank you. Thank you again already for liking the video. Here we have Liam Lane. He says, Blue Morning Kachila panel and chat. As usual, one of the first to arrive here. Nice to see you, Liam. I hope you're doing well. Please like and subscribe when you enter. If you have not, as it helps the channel reach a wider audience. Yes, the likes are very important. The more you like the video, the more the YouTube algorithm will be triggered and the more people will be able to reach. More importantly, the more people we have here, the more the fun the show will be. Wow, again, very talented. Hope will become next at Chelsea squad 11. Yes, I think I'm sure you're referencing. You're talking about Carney Chukwuemeka. He is a brilliant player. Although I've seen people question his ability, why we paid that much money. If that's the question, again, you must remember we're talking about a player that Barcelona wanted. AC Milan wanted him. And they all promised him first team of football. And again, I think we promised him the same, but eventually Thomas Tuchel had a phone call with his family and him. Again, we ended up getting our man. So again, my point is, again, when we paid £20 million for the kid, again, if we're not getting him to become part of the first team, why pay that much money for him? So that's the question we must answer. Again, we have quite a few stuff to talk about, and not again, but we'll try to round this one off as early as possible, so people can go do all the stuff they have to do, or watch games they want to watch. I don't think we'll be doing any lineup building exercise. We've completed the 3-4-2-1 formation, and then we'll still have to do the 4-3-3 formation and all the other variation of formations or structures that we've seen. We've seen Graham Potter deploy during his stays at Brighton. But that's why overall it will be a fun show today. And I've seen already it's Kami. Welcome to the show, brother. It's a morning coach. Big up those in the chat. Again, we will look at also the importance of getting a director of football. I have a perfect example lined up to share with those watching, but more importantly, please, if you're watching and you haven't, take a second to like the video. The likes to go a long way. We have 8 likes now. We should be doing better than that. Like the video if you haven't. Also, do subscribe to the channel if you haven't. Those things do go a long way. Again, I think we should just get into the show, and then hopefully some other panelists will join me, so you get more perspective if you're following the show. Let me see. Have I done that already? I thought I have. Just give me a second. Just give me one second here. Okay, I have done that already. Haven't I? Just give me 1 second here. Let me see to be sure. Right, I'll do this. Okay, there you go. We have that here. Okay, let me see what we have. We'll start going into it. Again, this is just 2 people saying hello to each other. Hello to you too. It's Kami. Why isn't this sending? Do I have a connection issue here? I'm not sure. All right, one second here. All right, we're not going to start. A lot of stuff coming out there, most of which I really want us to talk. One is the comment. You can say from an ex-player and also from Callum Hudson-Odoi, which shows quite a lot. And I'm not, I'm just surprised at the reason why these things are coming out now. It just seemed as most of them waited for Thomas Tuchel to leave his position as the Chelsea manager before they all start making this comment. Again, I just do not understand what's going on. Just give me a second. Here is Callum Hudson-Odoi again reviews to Daily Mail. Todd Bowley then wanted to include a buy option and told me, listen, that's which means in the sense given a buy option or even a buy obligation to Leverkusen again to include a buy option and told me, listen, we want you back here. You're still on the Chelsea radar. There are a lot of young players he's trying to buy for the next years. It's main part of the project. So Callum Hudson-Odoi, if you understands the project that much, and if Todd Bowley are telling players when they want to leave, look, you're gonna come back. Again, something that is in the region of okay, you're gonna come back. So do not worry. We don't want you to leave. Uh, that's no different from telling them, look, this guy that doesn't want you now, or this guy that you seem that seems as if he doesn't trust you that much. He's not going to be here for long. You don't have to necessarily, you don't have to say that necessarily specifically for a player to understand that's what you're trying to tell them. Maybe Billy Gilmore is one of those that didn't understand that and wanted to live on a permanent, of which I don't blame him. So if you're in the chat, let me know what do you think about Todd Bowley telling players not to worry too much. And again, they want them. They want them to come back, even when the players are pushing to leave on a permanent. To me, that's again, it's no different from telling the player, hey, uh, don't worry too much. Don't you're gonna come back. We don't want to insert a buyout clause again, a buy option in the contract or in the loan offer because you're gonna come back. I'm sure that's gonna happen. That is no different from telling the player, you know what, we're gonna fire this manager, so you have a chance. Don't worry about him. It's not gonna be a problem for you again soon. So again, I'm concerned about that behavior from the owners of the club. But anyway, they spent nearly again 4 billion plus. Again, it will most likely in the future come to that amount plus. But I'm concerned about that. But more important thing is the Callum Hudson-Odoi, he's doing well there. Again, that's the reason he's gone on loan there, and it's happening for him. And a few comments some more comments to how Kai Havertz told him to go there, how he'd get the chance to play, and he's enjoying himself. That's the most important thing. So I really do not want to go into the hearsay region of this whole thing happening at Chelsea at this moment. Again, it's a rabbit hole, and I don't want to get down into that. Again, if you're watching, please keep liking the video. We'll have 11 likes. We should be doing better than that. If we can, let's try and get it to, again, 100 likes by the time we get to the 1 hour mark. If you have a question, throw it in the chat, and I'll be happy to try to address it if I can. T1 says, again, Cho was, again, was AM last match, again, might be a future position. Yeah, again, attacking midfielder. Yeah, again, here's a player. Again, you could say my thought was that Thomas Tuchel liked him, which was why he didn't allow him join. Was it Bayern then, or what club exactly? I can't remember. He wanted him to stay. But again, like Callum Hudson-Odoi in his recent interview highlighted that he was questioning why he was being treated the way he did, asking whether he'd done anything wrong. So it seemed as if something fell off. It seemed as if something happened between the two men, but he wasn't specific. He said if there was anything he didn't know. So I'm not going to start speculating on whether something had happened between the two of them. It's something, again, I said, I don't want to go into the hearsay, region of this whole conundrum, players leaving, some blaming the manager and all that. It's a rabbit hole, like I called it. So, but more importantly, people keep liking the video, guys. Thank you. thank you for all the love. Like the video. Also, do subscribe to the channel if you haven't. I appreciate all the love you've shown this channel. Let's get it to 7,000 subscribers as soon as possible. Again, here, Leon says, again, he shouldn't have let TT go earlier. Then, again, if that was his idea, what was the point of keeping TT, again, for the first few games? Here's the thing, I think you could argue, and you can, excuse me, and you can say from everything we've heard, from everything that's been said, we can only speculate, and we'll have to say that specifically because none of us were there during the conversation to let him go on loan or to sell some players, or again to keep some players. From everything we've heard, again, you can come to the conclusion that the plan to let Thomas Tuchel go, had already been in motion even before he was let go. They knew so much about Graham Potter. They did their research, which means the plan was already in motion to let him go. They just wanted to be sure the replacement, they would be able to get their their choice of replacement for the manager. So yeah, then it didn't make sense. But after everything that came out, if you put two and two together, it wasn't a plan that was put in motion. You could say not even a week before he was let go. It's something they've discussed for a long time. My brother Faldiazo, aka Boogeyman, says, did you see Todd Boehly smile when he was called interim sporting director in his interview? He is going to be a huge problem for any coach. Your suspicions may well be correct. We don't know. But again, here's where something that I think, why I think that is not going to happen is because we're hearing that the club, that Chelsea are on the verge of appointing Christoph. How do you pronounce his name? Is it Freund? Sorry if I butchered that. Again, but my point is, I don't think, again, even if it's going to be a problem, I don't think he'd remain at the club's sporting director or director of football if you prefer. But you could say both are the same role. Correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah, I get your point. I'm concerned that the way things, were handled before the firing of Thomas Tuchel, even if he wasn't the right man. I'm not happy that behind the manager they were telling players that they come back, they don't want them to leave, and all that nonsense. But again, I wasn't there, so there's no way to tell if everything we've heard is the truth. Todd Boehly must have been shocked when he was told the two best EPL players in the last 5 years were once young Chelsea players who were let go. I think that argument he made, I read something about it, including Kevin De Bruyne, including Mohamed Salah, some names as our academy products. No, they're not. Those are players we bought from, I think, Salah was bought from a Russian club. De Bruyne was bought from Belgium. What's the club again? I've forgotten the name, but he wasn't. He is an academy product, but he was young then, and again had issues with Jose Mourinho. I think he was a loan move first, and he asked to leave. Some of those players actually asked to leave the club. Salah wanted to leave the club. It wasn't like we let them go. Again, the list goes on. If you want to start going down, if you want to, keep tabs on them, the likes of Tariq Lamptey wanted to leave, Tino Livramento wanted to leave, Mark Guehi wanted to leave, and those players usually start talking about leaving the club. About leaving the club again, usually when they have like a year or two left on their contract, which leaves the club in a very, very, you could say, difficult stance in terms of negotiating, or in a difficult position in terms of negotiating a new deal with the player. And those players do that intentionally. So if they're not guaranteed a straight path into the first team, they want to leave. They want to leave, and you can't do otherwise. The most you could do again is to let them go and then insert a buyback clause on their contracts. And that has been the only last resort for the club when they try to get a player to put pen to paper for a new contract, and they refuse. But some of them, and I think they don't again, you must remember that inserting the buyback clause isn't up to the club alone. There must be, again, an agreement between the parties involved. And if you try to force those players to stay, they'd run down their contract and leave on a free, which doesn't make any sort of business sense. And here's my brother Matt from Zivo YouTube channel. Finally, bro, I'm able to say the name of your channel correctly. Again, having searched for it on YouTube for a million years without knowing the spelling. Again, anytime you want, you can share the link to your channel and I'll highlight it and talk about it. So those that don't know about it can go and check it. We need to help Matt to get to 1,000 subscribers as soon as possible. He deserves to be there. And then big up to you, my brother. Again, hi, Matt. How you doing? He says, our voice is lost, Liam, but doing well. Yeah, if you see mine, I'm actually at the point of losing mine too. But I understand. I hope you get back soon to creating content, bro. Yes, nice to see you. I hope you're doing well. If you haven't, you can actually click the 3 dots by the side of his name. Again, visit this channel. Some great content. You need to subscribe there, and believe me, you will thank me later. So that's it. Again, after looking, let's see what else we have lined up here. Again, this is Fabrizio Romano. Again, I think maybe the rumors that Chelsea are interested in getting Caicedo from Brighton. Again, I don't think it's going to happen. If it will happen, it will take something, you could say, extraordinary in terms of we'll probably pay more than we should have paid because they're not our fitted team for gosh sake. Again, I don't think it'd be easy. Fabrizio reporting again. I think it'd be a great for them, Porter and Caicedo to work together again. Caicedo is a brilliant player, but Brighton's project deserves some respect. Again, and if you want to maintain a good relationship with a club, you don't every time you need a player or a manager, just go to them, and plot them up like it's a fruit on a tree. You will ruin that relationship. Yes, they make money from selling the player, but they feel disrespected if you do that. Again, Brighton's project deserves some respect, so I am not sure they will be open to letting Caicedo go already in January. January will be too soon. They've lost one of their best players to us in particular in Mark Cucurella. So that happening is something that isn't possible. Thank you very much, Liam, for sharing the link to Matt's YouTube channel. Again, please, if you haven't, go check out Matt's YouTube channel. Be sure to subscribe and let him know I sent you, again, from a fellow content creator to a friend to becoming a brother. And I will never forget how much he helped the Chelsea Perspective when I had, again, a little more than, again, 100 subscribers, if not less than 100 then. He's a nice guy overall. Yeah. Yep, so thank you very much, guys. Let me know what you think. Again, especially those in the chat, what you think about this comment from Callum Hassan-Odoi. Again, the comment, the Todd Bowley telling him specifically that he shouldn't, they're not agreeing to add a buy option for Leverkusen. But again, because he wants him to come back. And again, I want to get your thought that, in fact, that Todd Bowley was telling players in private, we want you to come back. The only thing he didn't do specifically was to let them know, look, this guy is going to be gone by the time you know it. So you get a chance, even if it doesn't like playing you. Again, you get a chance because he'd be leaving soon. I'm just saying that's the only thing he didn't say. But you'd be stupid for again an owner to come when you thought a manager doesn't want you, and the owner of the club is telling you again, and you are on the verge of leaving the club, and the owner of the club is telling you, look, we don't want you to leave. We want you here. When you sense, looks like they're gonna let this guy go, especially when results and the club and getting the team wasn't getting the best of results. So you'd be stupid not to sense it. It looks like this guy is on his way out of the club. So yeah, again, let me leave it as they want me to, and come back later. So it is concerning that Todd Bowley did that to a certain measure. That's not me saying anything against Todd, but it is dangerous indeed to communicate with the players without the manager knowing. Again, especially when what you're communicated to them is that you want them to come back when clearly the manager doesn't want them. I think we've tackled that one there. So I want to know what you think about that if you're in the comments. Again, Tammy Abraham, again, this is something that highlights the problem, the issues Like again, if on occasions I've said here, I think the midfield issue, the lack of the ability of our midfielders to create chances, especially from the central area, is something, the issue we've heard from Lampard days. But I will talk about it in a bit. So people keep liking the video. Also, do subscribe to the channel if you haven't. And if you have any question here in the chat, please shoot it. Again, yes, Matt has shared the link to his channel. I think Liam Len did too. Please go check it out. Bali wants to build for the future. That's understandable. But where I'm concerned is the fact that, again, it just seemed overall, again, we're moving on from that. Thomas Tuchel's firing was more, again, you could say, it was handled in a way that you can conclude he was betrayed. But again, like I said, I do not really want to go into that direction. It's a rabbit hole. Again, the hearsay aspect of the whole conundrum of firing and hiring Graham Potter. Potter is our manager now, and I'm excited for him. Again, the future is bright given the young players we have. Again, we'll talk about that more in a bit. It says the right-minded, wrong person to, again, right mindset, a wrong person to have it. Unfortunately, the guy doesn't know football. Yeah, again, you could argue that again. A director of football solves that issue, and we will get into that in a bit. Here we have again, Amanda Broya is pressing in training and closing in on gaining a starting spot. Again, insiders have revealed Graham Potter is raving about Broya's potential and ability to fit into his system. And that was why, if you remember, I IQ'd Thomas Tuchel, despite everything that was said. I heard rumors, somebody here in the chat a few days ago said Thomas Tuchel wanted him gone. And before even he joined the club during preseason, before even Thomas Tuchel came out to say he wants to keep, specifically, that he wants to keep Amanda Broya at the club, we rejected bids from some club, interest from some club. Let me just put it that way. I'm not sure which was a bid and which wasn't. West Ham United really wanted him. We didn't want to sell to them. I think Napoli or some other club, because Napoli was afraid they were going to lose. Osimhen, so they wanted a replacement and all that. But Thomas Tuchel wanted to keep him. My argument then was that again, the kid is good on the ball. He can, play on the flanks. He can play centrally on the flanks. Even he can play on the left and on the right and centrally, and even not as a number 9, as a second striker too. He's quick. He's good on the ball. Good in the air. And he's got the confidence. He's powerful too. So why should we be spending a lot of money on big name strikers then? And I think the little he's played, especially that run he made on the flanks against Salzburg, shows you what the kid brings to the team. He's a brilliant footballer, and again, I'd like to see him start the next game. Maybe again to handle his integration carefully. You don't want to put so much pressure on a player at this age. He's just 21. That again, if we're paying attention to young players with great potentials, again, who were rushed into, who were who had so much pressure put on them. Usually, again, you can say that could scupper their development. It could dwarf their development. It can hit the confidence if they fail to reach that measure of expectations that are set for them. So I like the way we're handling that. Maybe again that cautiousness again will help him to be eased in gradually, and then he comes and fits in, and then not have too much pressure on him, and then feel less pressure with all the strikers around him also. So it's not all about him. Again, it won't seem as if he's expected to carry the team. I think he's still developed seamlessly. Again, Gabriel Oba says overrated. A good ball juggler doesn't mean again a good player. Gabriel Oba, I want to know who exactly you're referring to. You're not specific there. Please let me know who you're referring to so we can talk about the player in detail. Like I said, this is a semi-structured a show this morning. Again, I have some topics lined up, but we still also talk about the topics you raise in the chart. Yeah, so yeah, keep bringing it. Here we have Landlane says, hopefully when the DM is sorted out, the defensive midfield role is sorted out, Todd will take a step backwards from the team's side of the business. I think he will. I think, again, he is a billionaire, and you could argue he didn't become a billionaire by being stupid or being dumb, if you prefer, as Americans would prefer to put it. Here's the thing. all the while that we've been thinking that he's actually, executing the role, or he's, performing, fulfilling the role of a director of football, maybe however you want to phrase it. I think probably he's employed he employed the help of an expatriate or a freelancer. He's met with Campos. He's met with a few of big names in the transfer market. So he probably pays some of them, or even with a conversation, some of them want to be on his good side because it's business. And if you have good relationship with business owners, you'd always get business from them. So I don't think he'd be doing all those things solo. I don't think so. I think he'd be consulting some people in the background. But because Chelsea aren't paying those people, we didn't hear much about them. For instance, we had the cases of we used intermediaries in the case of who, even in the pursuit of I think not delete of De Jong, we used an intermediate. We used intermediaries. Even for Cucurella, I think we use intermediaries too. No, not the Cucurella. For final, we use intermediaries. So my point is, I don't think that's a term I'm looking for. Let me just move on from that. Again, I don't think he did that again alone. I think he got help. But that's, by the way, and he's not going to be there forever. And I'm sure you're well aware that we're looking to bring in again a director of football, which will simplify everything and makes it easy on the manager. So, but again, that shows also to a certain measure that he didn't really understand how Thomas Tuchel operates. If he understood how Thomas Tuchel operates, and if he believed that Thomas Tuchel is an exceptional manager talent-wise, he would have kept him, knowing that bringing in a director of football makes a huge difference. But I'm not going to go again. This is maybe the million times that I'm saying I'm not going to get into that argument. It is, in fact, a rabbit hole with a lot of hearsay popping up. So it would not make any sort of sense, to start, going into that again. I don't think it's advisable. Here we have again Mr. Troublemaker. I like that name. Correct me if I'm wrong. Is that you in the display in the DP, or is that Raymond Reddington? I'm not sure who. You let me know. Tuchel is a coach now, and Bali want to build for the future. So that means we may again we will be the Arsenal from last year's. That's a concern for a lot of people, but I don't think that's going to happen. They understand fully well. And again, if you have paid attention to his interviews, pardon me why let me take a sip of my coffee before I lose my voice. If you paid attention to Todd Bowley's interview, again, a few of them, he understands the importance of winning. Even if you're profit focused, you own a club. To put the club in a condition where it will attract big name sponsors, you'd have to keep winning. You have to win and win constantly. And winning shouldn't be a one-off thing. It should be a constant thing. Again, that's when a big name sponsor will start looking at you, because they know you're winning, because they know the whole world want to watch you because you're doing it very well. So again, I don't think he'd buy the club, spend that much money on the club. Again, I've heard, again, I've read stuff where he thought he want to start changing things immediately to make sure the club looks even better than it's looking like. At this point, he's gone to the women's training ground or facility, if you prefer, and it's decided they should have a better facility, things like that. He wants to make the club better. He wants to win. But I think the plan isn't for the win to be short term. I think he's trying to find a way to achieve instant success, but to at the same time, find a way to make that success sustainable, which you could argue would spend some money on big name players, and again some already established players, and he's also spending money spending money on young players, which sets the stage for us not to be spending too much in the transfer market in a year or 2 years to come, which makes a perfect sense. I think we're fine. I don't think our case would be like that of Arsenal. In the case of Arsenal, actually, if you paid attention, they spent quite a lot of money. The issue was that probably they weren't spending, again, they weren't bringing in the players that would solve the problems they had. Again, that was the issue. You could argue the same thing for Manchester United. They spent quite a lot of money, but weren't spending wisely. Again, but that's, by the way, again, a Cho. Oh, okay, I get it. I think Cho is a fine player. If you allow me to talk about him a bit, I think here's the thing. There is something I think is a big problem with the Chelsea fan base, and they're not paying attention well. And just quickly before I continue, if you haven't, please take a second to like the video. Also, do subscribe to the channel if you haven't. We have just 23 likes, and I believe we should be doing better than that. Like the video, and also do subscribe to the channel if you haven't. In the case of Cho, Cho was more, you could say, he exhibited more flair in the academy than he's done as a senior player, and that's only natural. And he hasn't lost it all. But then again, you must remember the way a player plays sometimes comes down to the manager's demand. It's as simple as that. The way a player plays sometimes is driven by the manager's demand. That's why you see some players do better under a certain manager and do worse under, again, another manager. But that's not the case. If you paid attention to Cho's number, to where he plays, you see he's a fine creator on his day. He's a fine finisher on his day also. But something seemed to be off, again, on the Thomas Tuchel. He liked him. Maybe Cho doesn't like areas where he deployed him. But Cho, the truth remains, as he matures, you start to see less and less of those things that defined his academy days. You started he becoming more of a team player than an individual as he matures. So most people, because they knew him as an academy from his days in the Chelsea academy, they want to still see him exhibiting those flags that they knew him with. But the truth remains, as he becomes more of a team player and a mature player, you still seeing less and less of those things. But then again, if you understand football very well, you know that nothing has changed much. All he needs is just more game time, and you start to see that he still got it in him. But unfortunately, most people forgot, yes, again, as a young player, it'd be difficult for him to adapt in the areas where Thomas Tuchel deployed them at times. And also, we expect so much of him, forgetting he's still very young. But that's, by the way, again, but because we've heard of him for like a million years from the days of Sarri, Frank Lampard, we're thinking actually again that he should become Zinedine Zidane. At what age now? How old is he again? It's easy to forget how old these players are. Let me see. Let me just be sure here. He is just 21. He's just 21. So that's the problem with some of our you could say some groups or some some group of some of Chelsea fans is they don't accept, they look beyond the age of these players. They crowd the judgment with expectations. They even forget that these are just young. Cho is just 21. Callum Hudson-Odoi is just 21, and it's unfair the way we judge these players. We expect so much of them, forgetting how old they are. So it just doesn't make sense. So I'll move on from that. I think he's a fine player. He's got the talent. Again, Bayern didn't push to get him just for the sake of it. They really wanted him because they understand the talent he's got. All he wanted was, again, a consecutive run of games, and you start seeing, even like I said before, if you understand football very well, from the little he's played, you'd see that he's a fine player. Again, people, thank you for all the love you're showing the channel. If you haven't, take a second to like the video. Also, do subscribe to the channel. We should be doing better than just 25 likes at this moment. Again, but we have just 25 likes. Please keep liking the video. Also, do subscribe to the channel if you haven't. Thank you, Duncan David. It's been a while, brother. Let me know how are you doing. I hope you're doing well. Nice to see you again. He says the fact that Potter got the best out of Welbeck, I'm sure Broya will do well. You could argue actually Potter is he's a miracle worker. Again, if you do a research, Potter is a man who's helped a drug addict. Again, resurrect his career. One are drunk, and some are players who you could argue some are players who lost hope. That think, okay, football is done for them, and it's helped them regain their career. And again, you must not forget the man has what's it called again? Emotional a degree on that included this a degree or a discipline that included emotional intelligence. So yeah, and naturally again, he's a natural leader. Like, he can connect with players on a personal level, which makes a huge difference. Because even in your walk of life, whatever you do for a living, whenever there's a disconnect from you and your boss, whether your supervisor or your manager, usually it doesn't help. Again, when they're around, you have some measure of fear in you that you're going to do something wrong, and they're going to, and then you be in trouble. When you have, a connection on a personal level, if you're able to let them go to them and say, "Hey, I need help," then whenever they're around, you not be concerned about making mistakes, and then you have confidence, and then you will not be afraid of expressing yourself. So that does go a long way when you have again when you have a good relationship with a higher authority. But that's, by the way, you could argue, yes, we've seen a measure of that. That's the display of the team against Salzburg showed something has changed. But more importantly, you must not forget when you change a manager, the new manager bounce factor it's a certainty. So let's give it time. But I strongly believe that Graham Potter will do well. Again, thank you very much for that. Again, all good. He says, all good. How are you again? Saying hello to Liam. Says, please, Liam here says again, please like and subscribe when you enter. If you have not, as it helps the channel reach a wider audience. Yes, people, thank you. Thank you very much. I'm beyond grateful not to say thank you for 28 likes. Let's get it to 100 likes as soon as possible. I'd really appreciate that if we can get it to 100 likes by the end of the show. Okay, the answer of the question I asked, me and my wife in picture. Oh, thank you. Nice to see that. Like, thank you for explaining. And if you're newlyweds, again, congratulations to you guys. Again, I wish you guys a happy married life. Not again, a marriage is the best thing in the world. And thank you for explaining. Again, you don't have to, but you did. Thank you. I appreciate that. Cho had not really proven himself, but more importantly, he's not been given the chance, really. Richard Q says, again, I love your last name and welcome to the channel. Please, if you haven't, keep liking the video. Also, do subscribe to the channel if you haven't. Again, you are right on the young age of the players. Some people expect too much or too soon from them, and that has ruined the career of some players. You could argue that's one of the things that that made led to players such as Michael Owen retiring early. Michael Owen, maybe, yeah, I think you can put him in that category. You can also count former Arsenal players. There are a few of them. Again, I am looking forward to the Chelsea Women Opening League game away to Liverpool. I hope, again, Louisa will have time to do a watch-along for that show. What date is it again? I promise I'm going to start watching their games. I haven't watched that much. I think I should be doing more of that. Again, if you haven't, people keep liking the video. Also, do subscribe to the channel if you haven't. So here, this is good to hear. But even before that, we knew, we argued when we were rating the players' performances for that particular game. We argued that yes, Armando Broja deserves to start in the next game, and I think that's the case. And I'm glad to hear that Graham Potter feels the same. He should start the next game. Again, I'd argue also that Aubameyang, I think he needs a rest. I think even though he's fit, I think he needs to recover psychologically. Something seemed off with Aubameyang. There are crosses. Even the first game he played under Thomas Tuchel, and then the subsequent games, there are crosses and balls again that he was close to. That under normal circumstances, you'd argue that he should get on the end of those balls. The Aubameyang we knew, so something is still off. Maybe he needed to take time off football, at least a month. I think we rushed him back too soon. Armando Broja could have, he's capable of holding the fort until he returns, or again, holding the space if you prefer until he returns. But I'm not sure why he was rushed. again. But that's by the way, 17:30 UK. Again, I'd have to do some work to find out what time in Las Vegas it will be. Again, what do we have here? Let's see again. How come the women's can play? It depends on where the game is played. I'm not sure. On the date also. I'm not sure. Maybe Liam can help me explain that better. Again, we have 29 likes and we'll have 47 people watching. Please, people, keep liking the video. Also, do subscribe to the channel if you haven't. And if you have any questions and you're in the chat, please shoot it. And I'd really like to address it. Again, Broya is pure electricity. Yep. Again, his pace, power with proper dribbling, and his ability on the ball, close control and all that, those are the things that make him different. Again, you could say, again, he has the potential to do, again, to avoid any fights here. He has the potential to do even better than some of the big name strikers we've had at the club because of his power, his pace. Again, usually when a player is that powerful, they usually lack in the area of, a pace. Or you could say, or they lack in technicality, but he has technically, he's gifted, he has pace, he's good on the ball, and good vision to intelligence overall. I think I'm happy, even though you can argue at low weight talent, but it seemed as if he wanted to leave because he wanted to guarantee starting game time with what that is, we're able to convince him to stay. And not only did we convince him to stay, he still had about 4 years left on his contract, or 3. We got him to extend his stay at the club. So that is, again, you could say one of our best signing of the window in the attacking area. Don't need much of police for that, Matt. Because of the population that attends the women's game at this point. I hope that changes again. Chelsea says, Tom Golubevas, nice to see you here again. Oh, yep. So this one, we've dealt with this case here. Let's see what else we have to talk about here. Chelsea and Brighton. This is an interesting one for me. This is one I paid attention to this one. And again, it really made me happy to read about it. Chelsea and Brighton played a mix of senior and youth team players at the Amex Stadium today, with Chukwuemeka taking his chances in front of Potter. Christian Pulisic, Loftus-Cheek, Broya, Zakaria, Gallagher among those involved. And guess who scored for us? Again, the game ended 2-1 Chelsea, and Carney Chukwuemeka scored the 2 goals. Again, the guy, he has again, he's a fine player. And like I've argued, we didn't pay that much money for him to come sit on the bench or for him to end up living on loan. It just wouldn't make any sort of sense. And I'm sure, Thomas Tuchel liked him. I'm sure Thomas Tuchel liked him too, because he spoke about him too. Again, he will be, but he was being cautious with his statement. You don't want to, again, the kid to feel overwhelmed. How old is he, 17, 18 or 19? I'm not sure. I don't remember. But the most important thing is to be cautious on, again, careful on how much weight of expectation you lay on this place. Just 1 second. So I think, again, do I think that would be enough for him to be, for us to start seeing him start games constantly? Again, just as in the case of Amanda Broya, I think he will be easing into the team gradually. Again, the question begs: was it because of the signing of Casado, the Italian kid, Carney Chukwuemeka? Again, was that the reason why Thomas Tuchel thought we don't need a midfielder? I just don't know. Again, he's not that player. He's not that player that help you. Again, he's not known to create chances from the central area, which is something we've lacked for a while. Which is something we need to start doing so that when somebody makes a run, you can pick them out from the central area. Our chance creation doesn't have to be from the flanks and on the carpet, which is very, very predictable. Again, people keep liking the video. 33 likes now. I appreciate that. That shows, yes, you're paying attention. Again, and if you're a mod and you're in the chat, if you haven't, please, again, keep reminding people to like the video so that I'll do less of that and concentrate on hosting the show. Again, this is good news that he got a chance to start a friendly, which also gives Graham Potter the opportunity to look at him up close. And I'm sure even before he took over the club, he's done his research on these players. But seeing them, execute his own instructions on a match day, whether friendly or whether, again, a real match. Again, it makes a huge difference. So yeah, good to hear that he scored 2 goals. Again, let's see whether he gets a chance, gets some minutes in a real football match. But that's why we'll talk about that later. And then in a bit, we'll talk about the importance of having, again, a DOF. And I have, again, a prime example lined up there that we'll look at. So this says, again, sources are Chelsea very close to appointing Christoph Freund as the new director of football, and that's reported by SI and Dan Talks at Chelsea. Dan Talk Chelsea. Here's the thing about this. Again, what we've heard. Again, I wasn't sure why I heard from some quarters that Chelsea wanted to bring in a Freund and also Campos. It just doesn't make any sort of sense. First of all, you're creating a problem because these guys, they have, you could say, they think differently. Yes, they are high profile, a director of football, again, personnel, individuals, but they think differently. In the case of Campos, he has should I say an agency that deals with football transfers and all that. So probably would like the whole process, the whole player signing to be channeled through his companies. Again, but this guy doesn't have one. He just does his job, it helps the process and all that. So again, so it just doesn't make any sort of sense to argue to say that Chelsea wanted Campos and also wanted Freund. It just doesn't make any sort of sense. Again, I will catch up with the chat, and again, it looks like I have somebody in the chat. I will get their opinion, so you're not just listening to me bore you out with my singular opinion. And again, it's important that the opinion on the panel becomes diverse. That will again, you will get much more perspective. Although I'm reading your perspective in the chat here, which makes a whole lot of difference. Again, if you're watching, please do take a second to like the video. Also, subscribe to the channel if you haven't. AD, I will be with you guys in a beat. Oh yes, that's right. Again, here we have, again, Chelsea has never been more interesting these days. Oh yeah, believe me, more interesting. Again, it gets you thinking, again, you have to analyze situation to come to the conclusions and what's really happening. Yeah, that's how, again, at Chelsea, that's how we are right now. Again, if you haven't, keep liking the video. Also, do subscribe to the channel if you haven't. Chelsea has never been more interesting. Yes, I've read that. And here we have, again, we have someone who can, put the ball in the back of the net. I think we'll have a few of them. All we need, again, is for them to just, to start firing on all cylinders. In the case of Amanda Broya, all I'm waiting for is the first goal. And once that happens, again, like Roger said yesterday, and like Bobby argued too, the floodgate opens. I want to see Carney play in the starting 11 in that Havertz position again, because the kid is pure minerals. He killed it at the 19 years. Him again on Happyville, they were a brilliant combo there. Tiber Salifa, nice to see you. I don't think in the Havertz role. You mean an 8? I think he could. But I'd also see him fulfilling the Kovacic role, which is a hybrid of 8 and 6, because he's capable of dribbling his way out of tight spaces. Our best formation will be, again, could be 4-3-3, could be 4-3-3 or 4-3-2-1, but we'll see what the manager does with 2 number 10s. Yep, I think that may well be the case. Havertz and Mount, to be clear. Again, if Kai and Mount are the 10s, then where will Sterling play? Again, Raheem Sterling can always, like you're saying, he was deployed in the left wing back position, but not because he wasn't deployed there to defend, but to operate from there. And I think he enjoyed it so much. Again, remember that Sterling is our only world-class attacker. Well, that's how you think. Maybe Chris Freund signing will be a big statement from Bali. It will be, but we'll talk about the importance of having a director of football soon. Please like and subscribe when you enter if you have not, as it helps the channel reach a wider audience. Thank you for that. Sterling is a winger, in my opinion. He's better to have on the left wing. Yes, but again, he's given a hybrid role to operate. Listen, we don't play with wingers because the wing backs occupy that space, especially when we play 3 at the back system. That doesn't mean playing Sterling there means he's the defender. No, it's again, if he knows how to make the most of that role, he's get a chance to be in the box more often, because it's usually very difficult for opposition to stop those players, the wingers, when they play in that position, because they have quite a lot of space to operate. The focus of those of the opposition is usually the central areas where the those that deploy three at the back system seem to overload. That's usually the case. Abisha Moha, a big up to you, my brother. I hope you're doing well. So I'm going to come back to the panel, and I want to start Bobby on this. It looks like AD is gone, but I know he'd be back. Bobby Hayes is coming from Callum Hudson-Odoi. Something I want to ask you. I don't want to make too much of this, and I don't want us to go down that road too far. It's a rabbit hole, and it wouldn't make any sort of sense to proceed to that direction. He says Hudson-Odoi refused to delimit. Todd Bowley again didn't want to include a buy option, and told Callum Hudson-Odoi, listen, we want you back here. You're still on Chelsea radar. And then he goes on to say there are a lot of young players trying to buy for the next years. It's a main part of the project now, which means he understands the project. I wouldn't read too much into him understanding the project, because if you're following the club, you'd understand the reason why a lot of young players are being signed. But the aspect I do not understand, we've heard this is not the first we've heard Todd Bowley telling them personally that they want them at the club, and in a manner, if you're a smart player, you'd see, given considering the fact that the result, since towards the end of the past season wasn't really, in our results weren't really in our favor. You come to the conclusion it looks like they get ready to let this guy go. Your thoughts, Bobby?
Hi, Coach. You said
hi to you too, brother. I hope you're doing well.
You said they're getting ready to let which guy go, Callum?
I'm saying if Callum Hudson-Odoi was told, this is just me, maybe just me, it could be me reading too much into it, that they don't want to insert a buyback clause, a buy option for Leverkusen, for instance. And he says, listen, he's saying that's important, Todd Bowley. We want you back. You're still on Chelsea radar. If Callum Hudson-Odoi wasn't happy with Thomas Tuchel and wanted to leave, and if you read all the transcript of the interview, he clearly said he was questioning whether he'd done anything wrong to deserve the treatment he's getting, then he gets such a statement from the owner. Wouldn't he, to some measure, think it looks like they're planning to let this guy go? They're planning to let Thomas Tuchel go, so I still have a future here. And this is not the first time we're hearing such. And we also heard that when they were signing Cucurella, they discussed Graham Potter with him. But I don't want us to go too much into it. But again, aren't you concerned about this behavior, of talking, telling players, talking to players this way?
No, not at all.
Can you elaborate? Maybe you clear. Maybe if I'm misleading people, maybe you can help. You redirect them and saying, okay, it doesn't mean anything.
I'm not concerned one iota.
Mm-hmm.
The reason I'm not concerned is that they bought a very, very complex franchise in a super football club. Chelsea is part of the so-called super clubs on the stage. And it's a complex thing to manage. Now, they just came in. Young players were looking for game time. If you notice from the little bit, you see, people look for negatives out of the Bowley interview. I'm looking behind at the positives and his thinking. And he clearly is listening. He keeps hearing this kerfuffle about game time. And part of their plan is to create an outlet, an overflow, if you like, for Chelsea to have a separate club that is under their control to create game time for these academy graduates. So inserting an extra step in their graduation process so that once they've got that game time and are as prepared as is possible, they can then graduate into the first team. Those that don't make it through that process will then be let go. So all he was simply telling him was, look, relax, son, we're still interested in you. We'll let you go on loan, but we're not interested in them buying you. because we're still in the process of putting things together to give you an opportunity to come into the first team. The project is a long-term project. It's got nothing to do with Tuchel. Tuchel is irrelevant at this point. This is what people don't understand.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Tuchel
saying. When this happened, wouldn't you think it's open, to interpretation for him to interpret it? Oh, I have a chance because they're gonna let this man go. Because
no,
you just elaborated in a manner that if I were him, the first thing that would come to mind is, okay, I think this is gonna happen. But go ahead.
he will interpret it as, oh, I have a chance. There is a plan. Let me see how this plan goes. And let me just go out and enjoy myself while they're putting things together. They're putting things together at a very, very fast rate. Crikey, we've not even got a director of football in place. So what Bowley was doing was encourage the youngsters. It's like the discussion he had with what's that kid?
You could say Kukurea, and he tried.
The other
He
one.
tried. We heard he tried to convince Billy Gilmore not to leave on a permanent deal. But go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, no, not to leave on a permanent deal. I mean, I personally believe that Billy Gilmore is an example of a player being so ill-advised. I think Billy Gilmore was very, very badly advised. And sometimes you can have people that are too close to you advising you on a situation, and it becomes bad advice. If you have a parent who is looking at you as one kind of superstar and,
Hmm.
should have this and you should have that, it's only because they love you. But the advice they're giving you is not necessarily the best advice. And I think Billy Gilmore fell into that category. He was badly advised on 2 occasions. Now, okay, he's good enough. He might still land on his feet, but the two big decisions taken earlier on in his career to leave or move away from Chelsea were not good ones. And I think Todd Bowley was trying to hint to him, look, just hang around a bit. We're trying to put things together. You could be part of this. But of course, he's thinking the proverbial game time, game time, game time. Okay, well, go get your game time. You've got your game time, whatever. Good luck, you know. But there was a plan that you could have stepped into and risen to greatness far better had you just stuck around. Now, the flip side to that is, this career is short. You can't work on the unknown. And it's fair enough that he felt, okay, he'll put his trust in what he knows rather than what he doesn't know. So, that's his position, and, good luck to the lad. But no, I don't think this has anything to do with Tuchel. It has everything to do with their plans going forward. As the last paragraph says, there are a lot of young players he's trying to buy for the next years. It's main part of the project. It's the main part of the project, and this is very true. He wants to build a team not just now, but for the future, and all these lads will be part of that.
Yeah, yeah. But it wants a sustainable success, and it just it doesn't want it to be in patches. I know there are concerns in some quarters of the fan base, but the man is intelligent enough to understand. Again, to know what he's doing. Again, my point is, again, it's important we talk about those things again, and it's important we have different perspectives when we discuss these things, so that people can put two and two together and come to a sensible conclusion. Eddie, I don't know if you want to speak on that, or should I move on? And if you don't mind, I'll take just a minute or two to catch up with what we have in the chat, and I'll come back to you.
Big up, Kofi.
Big up, brother. I hope
Bobby.
you're doing well.
Yeah, well, Bobby.
He's muted his mic, but go ahead if you want to speak on this, or should I go ahead?
Sorry,
I just want to speak quickly on this. Bobby actually spoke my mind, exactly what I wanted to say. It's just about us understanding the new owners coming in and understanding what's happening. And I think they want to bring down the average age of the team. We have aging players. And looking at what happened, because they must have seen or they must have heard and read about how we allowed De Bruyne to leave too quickly, Salah to leave, and how they turned out to be. So not allowing Hudson-Odoi to leave on a permanent deal, they have something planned. And the squad, I think they're trying to build will be a very young, vibrant squad. You see, look at the way they are investing on the young lads, the goalkeeper, Chukwuemeka, Aside, all them young ones. And that's why they didn't want Billy Gilmore to leave. So if you look at it, they are trying to build a team in future. It might not be next season, maybe the season after. We see the average age of the team might be about 21, 22, maximum 24. So maybe that's what they are planning to be and bring. If you look at our back three as it stands now, Asti, Koulibaly, and Thiago Silva, over 100 years in total. So that's aging defense. So they want to try and see how they bring it down, and then they want to be hands-on, like trying to do. We might be thinking he's doing too much. It's not easy taking over, especially with what was came with the previous owner, trying to clear the dust about the people attached or associated with the previous owner. So letting Granovskaya leave, letting Peter Cech leave, letting most of all this, and then now Tuchel now leaving. So they are cleaning up everything and then trying to bring the players that they think will be there. So not allowing Cho to leave, trying to convince Billy Gilmore not to go leave on a permanent. They wanted all them young players to be in the bigger picture.
Yep, thank you very much. I think that makes perfect sense. And let me catch up quickly and come back before it's too many for me to catch up. Mr. Potter should give the younger players, to start again the match. Someone like Broya and Chukwuemeka. Again, Sami Ajono sounds like an Igbo brother here. Nice to see you. Again, I hope you're doing well, and thanks for joining the channel. If you haven't, please do like the video. Also, do subscribe. We have 39 likes right now. Again, let's get it to 100 likes as soon as possible. I'd really appreciate that. Again, thank you so much. I think they will get their chance, but it's going to be, again, a gradual process. It's not going to be drastic. We don't want, again, try to give them a chance because they're doing well and then end up, putting so much pressure on them. That can be very dangerous. And Nehemiah Fawala says, again, Luis Campos said no to Chelsea now. Ronaldo will stay in Man United now. Chelsea, again, just be a bit positive. Well, I get your argument. Campos denied the links to Chelsea Football Club, and I wanted us to talk about that. And I think Bobby was the first one of the first to talk about it here on the show. It doesn't really make sense to say, okay, we're talking to Luis Campos and we're making progress with Freund or Christoph, if you prefer. The two, whether some quarters are actually saying that we wanted to get them back in. And Bobby was one of the first to ask the question, why get two of them in for what reason? It just doesn't make sense. And again, that will create some issues for us because those are two big names who can actually fulfill the same role. Again, I'm not sure if we're making the right signings then to get Sterling, who is a winger from Man City, and ask him to play hybrid. Might be asking too much. No, it's not too much. He's experienced enough to fulfill that. It is the same thing, actually. It is the same thing. You could argue that the starting point is the only difference. Plus, on the Potter's approach, the moment the game starts, remember we play a very high line too. Maybe that will help you understand. Our back three or back four are usually closer to the center circle. Again, if we're half the ball, if we're progressing the ball, Sterling, you don't see him. He's usually in the box or close to the box or outside the box there. Again, so I think most people don't understand how the application of that role when you have a winger in that position. Most people just think, okay, it's bad to deploy a winger in that position. I don't know what else to say about that. Eddie, I don't know if you have anything else to say about that.
About the new coach has come in and is trying to play his own system. So I don't think we'll be seeing Sterling playing that role for long. It's going to change based on the formation he plays. If he's going a 4-3-3, he's going a 4-2-3-1. Obviously, it's going to change. But when it comes to kind of that hybrid kind of wing back stroke winger, we'll not be seeing that happening. But I don't see him sticking with that for long anyway.
Yeah, Sterling will be playing there on occasions. It depends on the system. It depends on the approach. It depends on the formation. Again, a lot of factors come into play, but we will see him. That will not be the last time we'll see him there. It's a strategy actually. If that maybe simplifies the way most people will understand it, because every time we play winger, they go, oh, whoa, whoa, they're playing a play out of position. You will see more of that. He does that. If you go check out Brighton's previous games, he plays some Trossard in that position in most cases, and then the next game you see him as one of the two strikers or behind the striker. It's a strategy, and again, it works. Again, maybe it will work over time, but Chelsea doesn't give a lot of time, for players to manage. I think that changes. Again, it depends on how well Potter does. I think if he does well, he keeps it. Again, he keeps the job for a while. Bally is looking to create a multi-club model like Barca Team A, B, C system. This will help again the academy players break into the system team faster, or maybe get them ready for the main team. Please like and subscribe. Yes, people, keep liking the video. Also, again, do subscribe to the channel if you haven't. We have 39 likes. Let's try to get it to 100 as soon as possible. Thank you very much for that. Kimso, nice to see you. I hope you're doing well. Again, we haven't seen you for a while. Let us know that everything is well. Again, in the back of Porter's play, I think Koulibaly will thrive in the silver role. He is quick, tall, strong, intelligent, and good on the ball. Sorry, I completed your sentence for you, but then, again, your argument makes sense. I don't want to see Fofana start centrally as long as we still have Koulibaly available in the team. Bally interrupted it correctly. Again, he fell out with Tuchel over the Leeds deal. He really wanted him in a CB at Chelsea, but signed up for Bayern in the end. Again, he didn't feel that wanted by Bally. Maybe it's like some argued he knew before time that he wasn't going to last in the job. Yeah, but again, that's by the way. Again, also Tuchel fell out with some players who want to leave Chelsea. Again, Pulisic and Ziyech mainly, and that's affecting the team, the team's morale. Truth is, Tuchel can't manage people or solve scenarios like this. That may well be the reason. Again, the reason why Chelsea cannot attract quality players is because our players are average. Mount Ziyech, wow, that's a serious, very, very strong argument. But that's by the way. Again, I'm going to scroll past quite a few. I can't read everything. If I keep reading, that may well be the only thing we did to do today. The comments are growing. And again, if I haven't said hello to you, hello. Any news about Moussa Diaby's link? Nothing serious yet. Again, and he's not a player I know that well to say, okay, why I think the club should go for him or not. But I get your argument. And King So here says 15K before 2023, make it happen. Thank you. I appreciate that. That's encouraging, and I really do love that. If you haven't, please keep liking the video. Also, do subscribe to the channel if you haven't. Let me see what else we have lined up here. Again, I'll keep highlighting the comment, but I may not be able to read all of them, as I don't want to lose my voice in the process. Again, it's tight already a bit. Here we have this one here from User Romano. I think it'd be great. No, the Tammy Abraham comment highlights the issue we've always heard in the midfield area. Let me start you with that before I go to Bobby. Eddie, you there?
Yes, I am. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if you say in the comment or if you'd like me to read it. I will gladly do that for you. It says, Tammy Abraham, the midfield and defenders are vital for Chelsea. This is him just indirectly saying that they need them. They need midfielders. It's a lonely job up front and can be very difficult. Again, that's him again. He you could say he reiterates what he said, where I was saying he was being indirect. But if you pay attention, he's saying the midfield sucks, clearly. But I don't think it's true to say that's a number 9 curse. There will be different reasons for each striker, and it's an honor. Again, it's an honor to play for that club. That seems to also showing he still loves the club, respect for Chelsea. But the most important point here is that Chelsea's midfield sucks. It sucks if being a number 9 at Chelsea. And Bobby, if you remember, I don't know if you were then, maybe you haven't started being part of the panel then. We had argued that again. If you like bringing Lewandowski, bringing Aubameyang, bringing Ronaldo, if we don't make changes in the midfield area, the issue will persist. Your thoughts on this thing, clearly showing this has always been the issue at Chelsea. And I think we've said that on occasion. We've had issues creating chances at Chelsea Football Club from the central area. The chances were created even under Frank Lampard, mostly in most occasions come from the flanks on the carpet and are very, very predictable. Your thoughts on this coming from Tammy Abraham, Eddie?
Yeah, Tammy is correct. I mean, what he said. If you look, we've had this problem with our midfield. The midfielders don't contribute a lot of goals. How many goals do we have from midfield? Kovacic.
Let them at least create enough chances. Let's forget about the goals. But go ahead.
They don't even create chances. Not they don't score. Look, go back to Brighton. If you look at the midfield, what Potter was trying to do with Sterling is, if you watch, we are always compact in the midfield. When teams play against us, they just close up the midfield, leave the wing, because they know whatever is coming is going to come to the middle, and we don't have scoring midfielders. So they just saw what Potter was trying to do, use Sterling to stretch the play and open the middle for them to operate, or the midfielders. But unfortunately, our midfielders don't score. If you look at his own team, Pascal Gross scores. McAllister, they score from midfield. So when he stretches play, the midfielders can actually score. But we don't have luxury of having those players who can score from the midfield. So, and there is always there's no proper link between the midfield and the attack. That's what Jorginho should be doing. But Jorginho, he doesn't do that properly because maybe he lacks that speed, he lacks them to recover. So we need that midfield to be there's a rejigging in that midfield, proper rejigging in that midfield. That's why when we're linked with De Jong and some other players in that midfield, maybe Milinkovic-Savic, all them kind of players. We need players who can actually create in midfield. People who can hold on to the ball, run with the ball, create problems in the midfield. We really don't have. So it suffers the strikers, because the strikers will have to drop deep to collect it and run. By the time you collect, Harry Kane is doing it very well now. If you look at Tottenham, Harry Kane is doing that very well. He's dropping off and allowing the Song and all others to go forward. He's actually sacrificing his own kind of play, yet he's still scoring. But he drops deep now, collects it, and then supports the attack, because the attackers who are ahead of him, Song and all, they score. But we don't seem to have that in our midfield. So I think he's quite correct. So that number 9 jersey, I think saying number 9 jersey is caused or not. I said something earlier before, now one of the chats. I said the number 9 jersey, we create this cost, I think, in a way for this number 9 jersey. And I was writing, I wrote it somewhere, I said, if we look at when we signed Torres from Tottenham and from Liverpool, we signed him the week. The next game was against his club where he left, Liverpool. I mean, emotionally, you shouldn't play him. He will not be fit, even if we started him, and if a striker comes from a new, we expect them to hit the ground running. But he didn't score, and he kept going and going and going. And then even look, Aubameyang the last game, when he came with his jaw injury and everything, he shouldn't have started against Zagreb. He shouldn't have started. He should have been Broja, maybe him coming on. So it knocks that confidence. And then when it goes on, then people start saying, oh, that number 9 jersey is cost for Chelsea. But we as well, I think, we contribute to that cost on that jersey, kind of. Twice, like the two times I mentioned now, against Aubameyang and then the one against Fernando Torres. It knocks confidence sometimes, playing you just immediately after you move from your club, and then they play you immediately, first game against with that same club you left. So it's kind of hard. So, but I think Aubameyang, let's wait and see. Hopefully, he might just break that jinx, and then we say it's no more cost.
Like you said, I think you explained it yourself. It's not a jinx. Again, it's not that much of a problem. The issue is clear, and Tammy Abraham defines it in a very, very respectful manner. Just seems he's a nice guy. Actually, it's just he's more clearly saying again. As much as I'm not the biggest fan of Tammy Abraham, the way he left because he wanted to be a starting place, that was where the argument started. It wasn't like the club just let him leave. Again, he clearly states what the problem is here. And I think Bobby will love this. Bobby, I want to bring you in again. If you want, I can read that statement for you again. And if you're in the chat, people, please keep liking the video. Also, do subscribe to the channel if you haven't. Thank you for all the love you've shown the channel. We're hitting 7,000 subscribers soon. I believe so. We're at 6,400 plus. Again, and you can please, if you're watching, whether on the panel or in the chat, keep telling people about the channel to help us, the community, because we've grown beyond, again, being just a channel to a community. So, Bobby, your thoughts on the Tammy Abraham, comment? We've always, talked about us not having good midfielders, especially in the mold of Kevin De Bruyne, in the mode of Cesc Fabregas since he left. There's never been anybody at the club that has the ability. Since what Mata is a chance creator from the central area to look at what Tani just said. He just highlights everything we've been talking about for long.
Yeah, I mean, it speaks for itself, and probably when he was here, he was experiencing that as an attacker. And he's quite right. You can put whoever you like in attack. If the midfield is not functional, it's going to be a problem. Chelsea have had a problem in midfield for years. If there is any criticism I hold against Thomas Tuchel, it's the fact that he clearly didn't see this. And that alone, for me, is reason for you to lose your job in that position. He did not see this. The persistence with people like Jorginho, and Jorginho is just hype. I can already see his media entourage talking about, Barcelona is looking at Jorginho. Be our guest. Take him, please.
Yeah, take him. Again, if anything, the most important quality that defines Jorginho is what Barcelona thrives with. It's important to them, not to Chelsea, not in the Premier League. Go ahead, Bobby.
Take him. He's not an asset. The Italian national team have seen that. He needs protecting, and if you're going to play modern football, running around protecting one particular player, especially in the middle of the field, I think that's very counterproductive. I think the Chelsea midfield needs an overhaul and some very, very, very tough decisions. Very tough decisions. I can see one maybe on the horizon, and it's almost like ripping out my heart to say it, but this delay in the renewal of N'Golo Kante's contract, which I don't think is right, let me make that perfectly clear. I think there is room to have him in particular, even if he is the only one in that midfield. But the delay in his contract, I think, is testimony to the fact that there is a change coming. There's a big change coming. There needs to be creativity. There needs to be physicality. The midfield needs to be able to support the midfield is a very, very pivotal part of any game. It needs to be able to support the attack. It needs to be able to be part of the attack. It needs to be able to dictate play, and it needs to be able to protect the defense. It's a big job. And the players we have right now are not capable of that. Well, certainly in the way they're being played. Jorginho is definitely not capable of that. There needs to be someone else. The change is not that great. Two proper midfielders in Chelsea's midfield will transform everything. If we get a good defensive midfielder and a good creative midfielder with defensive capabilities, problem solved. But what we are doing now is, Kovacic can't. I love Kovacic. He's crucial to us, but his inability in the final third is a problem. So he shouldn't be in there as a key figure in the midfield. He needs to be with someone. Jorginho shouldn't be there at all. And Ruben is rotational, for sure. He's rotational. He's more offensive. He can do a job as a 6, but really it's best to have him rotating there. But the mainstays should be. I'm very, very keen on seeing how Zakaria is. I really am. Because if he's anything like I hope he is, he would be an answer. He really would. And then we start looking for someone who can play offensively and score. Well, Ruben can certainly do that if he's allowed to, but and he has the physicality to support the defensive side. But this is it. I totally agree with Tammy. Totally, 100%. 100%. It's very sad that even in Lampard's time, I know he had a season where he couldn't buy, but when he could buy, this is part of the problem. Our strategy then was dependent on. Well, I don't want to get into that. You all know how I feel about certain members of the past. I think it was dependent on them, and I think they made a good bit of money with some of the dealings they did with Chelsea. That's just my personal opinion, and I think it's inhibited the club because we had opportunities for the right type of midfielders, and it wasn't prioritized at all.
And I think again, let me just say this. Looking before I bring Eddie in, looking beyond again Tammy Abraham's comment, because that's a well calculated comment. That shows the guy is an intelligent guy. Again, when he had that jersey on, again he understood there's no such thing as a curse on a jersey, that can lead to you not underperforming when you had that jersey on. I think the chances of him coming back now is big, but it all depends on how well Amanda Broya does. Because I don't think it would be going to pay 80 million plus or 70 plus his buyout clause. So I think we have one, and it's around that region of that amount. Again, just to bring him back if Amanda Broya is firing on all cylinders and we have somebody like Aubameyang to scoring, if the average, if Aubameyang ends up with 15, 20 goals and the young Broya ends up like 10, 12 goals, I don't think we'll be looking at Tammy Abraham. But that's by the way, again, AD, your thoughts on the Tammy comments, because it's telling. It's telling. Again, he said it as it is there.
Yeah, that's correct. He's saying it as he is, and he's actually saying the fact. It's exactly the problem we've been having. I mean, the midfield, just like Bobby said, we lack creativity in midfield. I mean, the likes of Modric, people who can open up defense for you to create chances for you. We've not had that for a long time. And the best midfielder we've ever had is Lampard. Lampard was the last one we had in the club. So, I mean, we need kind of midfielders that can support the striker in the club. But I really don't see, it depends, just as you said, how Broya performs. I really don't see Tammy coming back or spending that amount of money to bring him back. It'll be very, very tight. And I think the club will be looking in a different direction. The likes of, as I said, in Cuckoo, reading if the reports I read are correct, they have an agreement based on Timo going back. So it might be something there on Cuckoo to come in, who might be, if Broja does very well, Cuckoo might be the one supporting and then playing that kind of role that will help unlock Broja properly as well. So I really don't see Tammy or Lukaku coming back. It'll be very, very hard. I think I
think Tammy's case is different, but in Lukaku's case, once his loan deal is over, he comes back.
But I don't see him coming back, because for him to be speaking the way he did, obviously there must be something there concrete for him to
having a deal at the club and all that. Maybe he's trying to help them get the price down. But would they want to keep him? That's the question. But go ahead.
Kind of, because before he comes out to speak, his representative must have known something we do not know, that we are not privy to. So it must for him to say that there must be something there for him to go back, and then it might be made permanent. I'll be surprised, as I said before. to see him coming back without that deal made permanent. So that's the case where he is. But we still need to look at. For us, we won't see the proper shape of this team after the winter transfer window, maybe during the summer next season. Then we start to see the proper shape of this squad. That's what I think. It will take us the next transfer window and then the summer transfer window next year to be able now, the start of next season, we'll be saying what this squad, what the direction of this board, or the management trying to do with this squad. That's where we see a better outlook of what it's going to be like.
Yeah, Bobby, as Eddie, thank you for that powerful contribution there. Bobby, as Eddie was talking, I picked up something. What do you think about the possibility of Lukaku coming back? Because you could say, like Eddie said, probably he knew something we don't know. But even at that, his behavior after he left, during interviews, he was having a slight dig at the club. Which again, why would I trust him? Even if I was a baller, I wouldn't trust him either. Again, but we're stuck with him practically. I think he will end up coming to us, or except if he's able to convince Inter to buy him on a permanent, which wouldn't make any sort of business sense for Inter Milan. But what do you think about the possibility of Lukaku coming back? And it's looking more likely than not that he comes back and joins us again.
Well, Lukaku is another, it's all a pretense. He's not a good player. I said that before we got
and doesn't really love the club.
Well, I think a lot of his reactions is he's trying to hide the fact that he's not a good player. It's just as simple as that. He's not the quality that people are trying to label him as. And he's made a living by pretending to be this great striker. He's not. Having said that, Lukaku signed a 5-year deal. He spent a year at the club and he's got a 2-year loan deal with Inter. By the time that deal is up, and I doubt very much if Inter will want to buy him, I think the club will buy him out of his contract because it will just be 2 years. That's how I see it. I don't ever...
that never occurred to me.
Sorry?
That never occurred to me, what you just said.
Yeah, I don't see him ever playing for Chelsea again. They'll buy him out.
Trust me, yeah, because he wouldn't make any sort of sense. He's a divisive figure already and I'm sure Bolly learned about that. So I'm going to catch up with the chat again. We will bring it back to Tammy Abraham's comments on again how even though we had the bad midfield, I think he did well. This comment here, it's a lonely job up front and can be difficult. Clearly, if you pay attention, he's talking about how bad our midfield has been. Even though our midfield was bad then, he did well. He scored some goals and was our top scorer then. But the next season, something really happened between him and Lampard. You could say that's part of it. He didn't play that much, even though we had issues in the midfield area. Had he played as much game as he played the previous season, he'd still score again a sizable amount of goal. But he didn't play. So let's keep looking at what again. Let me look at what we have in the comments. Then I'll come back to the Tammy Abraham again. Please keep the comments about Tammy Abraham comment on the issues we have in the midfield. I think I saw something where again, this is TV Salifa says again. Aten Ryan, I don't know how to pronounce his last name, will solve this creativity problem for us. So trust and Bali transfer analytics problem. But again, I think we've hit the stumbling block in our efforts to sign it's Armenian but he plays in Russia. To sign the kid, I don't know where we're at with that one. That's again where the issue lies. I'm seeing something about the comparison in the chat regarding again how Mikel Lupi and N'Golo Kante, they're two different type of players. Mikel plays, you can say he plays more reservedly. Kante plays with he exerts so much energy. Again, Mikel's style of play is so much again defined by his intelligence, his ability to read the game. know when to, again, Kante is always a forward again, but they're both two good players, by the way, again. But I don't want to get too deep into that. I want to bring in DJ Sav immediately. Again, DJ, big up, bro. Happy Sunday to you. I hope you're doing well. Okay, looks like we can hear DJ. If he comes back, I will again bring him back in. Let me see if there's anybody. If I see any aligned comment with what Tammy Abraham just said, I will read it. Ruben should play right wing back again and mid roll because he's the dribbler. His dribbling will cause chaos to defense and open up spaces. Again, he's done well there. I'm actually torn between him continuing there and also him coming back to play. Again, to play as an 8, but I'd rather him play again, be positioned closer to the final third, or positioned outside right outside the box or inside the box, because he's that good enough to create chances for us. Since we lack a chance creation from the central area of the pitch, I think it helps solve that problem. Apologies to you guys again. I'm going to scroll to the very, very bottom, and then I'll start. Okay, Arsenal 1 up here. The comments is on fire. Quite a lot of comments already. Again, it says Tuchel signs was forced regarding Jorginho because Marina bought him for 55 million euros in 2018. So trying to bench him would create a beef with Marina. I don't act like you don't know how Marina operates. Again, let's talk about this really. Again, the truth remains, Thomas Tuchel, there's something that Jorginho brings to the team that Thomas Tuchel likes. His ability to control the game. And Thomas Tuchel is, again, you could say, a manager that likes to defend by controlling the tempo of the game, or by controlling the play, or by keeping the ball. So Jorginho helps him helped him quite a lot in that aspect. But does that make him a perfect midfielder for Chelsea? No. Again, you know what I'm talking about. Let me see how much I can get in the chat. I will scroll past a few. Again, my apologies. I can't read everything. If I do, again, that's all we get to do for the whole thing. And before the show ends, if you haven't, please keep liking the video. Also, do subscribe to the channel if you haven't. We have 44 likes. Let's try to get it to 100 likes as soon as possible before the show ends. Do you guys think we should go for? I actually, YTO1, I don't know that player that much. I think I've seen someone else bring up that name. If correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know him. Again, does anybody on the panel know the player in question that the participant here is asking about? All right, maybe I need to research him. I usually don't like, again, talk about players I don't know. Divock Origi is considered the first signing at Milan, and he was quality. Yeah, I've seen that too. Again, I don't know what Milan does, what they do to players there, but I'm not going to talk about that. Please, if you haven't, take a second to like the video. Also, do subscribe to the channel if you haven't. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Yeah, again, we should have beat Arsenal because him and Zara in our team would completely, again, transform us. I need to do a research. There's a lot of quite up and coming players that I don't know. I think I would check him out. Just get in quality players with physical height and body. You sound like Bobby there right now. I think that would go a long way. Honestly, wouldn't mind if we pay 5 million for him. Again, it keeps him away from Arsenal and strengthen us in an area we really lack. Again, aka creativity. That's a good comment right there. Again, we do want players who can create from the center area. Again, we don't want all of our chances to be predictable and from the flanks. Again, keep liking the video, guys, if you haven't. Also, do subscribe to the channel. We're at 44 likes. I think we can still get it to 100 by the time the show ends. Big up Kuchila Empire. You're doing well. Mikel B is the same as Kante. No. They're two different, profile players. Mikel can run as much as Kante. And Mikel isn't, you could say, so much. Again, Kante, I know Mikel started his career as a 10 or an 8. It depends on the structure of the team and application. But Mourinho molded them into a defensive midfielder. And you can't argue in his playing days, he was one of the best, again, because he made it, he applied his own style, his own, that is his profile, his his attributes. Again, he morphed it into something that defined that role, made it a Mikel role, which he did quite well. So DJ, I want to bring you up. I don't know. Hopefully your connection is better now.
Yeah.
How are you doing, brother?
Yeah, not bad, bro. Not bad. How are you guys doing? You all good?
Yeah, I can't complain, and thank you very much for asking, bro. I want to bring you on straight up to Tammy Abraham's comments, which clearly, very, very, not he's trying not to be disrespectful to the club, and he is not disrespectful to anybody there, and no finger pointing there, but clearly he highlights where we've lacked for the past 4 or 5 years or so. Again, the midfield. Again, the most telling aspect of this comment is it's a lonely job off front and can be difficult. Which again, remember he started Tammy Abraham. The midfield and defenders are vital for Chelsea. Then followed by it's a lonely job out there. It can be difficult. I hope you understand. Yeah, I know you understand the comment already. Your thoughts on that comment. And yet, Thomas Tuchel thought we didn't need midfielders. And we still, again, you can say we can't do anything. If we really we want to do anything, it will be until January.
Now, listen, he's made some very interesting points, Tammy Abraham, and I think what he's saying is actually spot on, because if you look at the Chelsea teams to previous, and I think Bobby would probably agree with me on this one as well, you got the likes of Ballack, Lampard, Essien, and players like that who used to be able to pass. And let's not forget that Cesc Fabregas, right, who used to always create for their strikers to go and score goals. And I think we have lacked that in the last couple of seasons. I think ever since Cesc Fabregas has left Chelsea, I don't think I've actually known another midfielder to actually come in and do what he did. Because if everyone remembers, the first thing he used to do when he used to get the ball is the first thing he would do is look out for Diego Costa, and that the pinpoint pass straight to him, and then Costa goes and does the rest. And Tammy Abraham's made a very good point there, because there's only so much strikers can do. People talk about the stuff they do, the physicality of what strikers do, hold up play, bring others into play, but their instinct is to score goals. And if they don't get the service to do that, obviously they have to sometimes make goals for themselves, but they also rely on service. And if the midfield is not giving that kind of service to them, or even any other wingers, then they're correct. Then we're just going to suffer. It doesn't matter how good a striker you are. If you don't get delivered the service, you look at Kevin De Bruyne's service to Erling Haaland now. You can just see his ping. Every time now he goes, or even Jack Grealish. You got from that Manchester City. Anytime they get the ball, the first thing to do is look up for Erling Haaland and see what they can go and do. So yeah, he has a very good point on that. And if we're looking at in January, because that's what's going to happen now, until we can buy a midfielder in that can do that. I'm just trying to think of many midfielders out there that can actually do that at the moment. I think maybe you guys might be able to. I've not had a chance to look at the whole thing. I mean, apart maybe from Barella, that's Inter Milan maybe, or someone like that can maybe do something like that. I don't know. Can pass those kind of passes. Frankie De Jong, another one. If they can pass those kind of balls for our strikers, then yeah, I can't see why strikers cannot score goals. But he does make some very good points in that way. So yeah,
some good points and concerning points.
Yes, very concerning in that way. Yeah, it is. I mean, I don't know anyone in our team at this moment in time that can do that. Maybe Chukwuemeka can maybe do something. I don't know if he can, if he's the guy.
Here's the only guy that can. If you don't mind me coming in, I'm sorry for cutting you off. Apologies.
Go for it. No, go for it.
The only player in our team at this point, again, two players who can. Hakim Ziyech can, but I think he's lost his touch.
Yeah.
Well, the only player I think categorically you can say can do that is Ruben Loftus-Cheek, but not from the deep. When he play him closer to the box, he has that vision. And I'll give you a perfect example. If you remember the game against Southampton, that we beat them. Was it 7-0? I think it was 7-0. Who got Callum Hudson-Odoi got a goal. Timo Werner got 2 goals. Let's forget about the goals.
Oh yeah.
If you remember one of those goals, I don't know if it was the first goal. It was Ruben Loftus-Cheek, even though he was operating from the right wing back position, of which his primary responsibility is to overload the attacking area. He was centrally. He drifted in centrally, and there were Southampton defenders blocking, his view. but he saw Mason Mount make a run into the box. He didn't go sideways. He didn't go to the left or to the right or backwards, usually, but which is very common under Thomas Tuchel. He loved the ball. He measured, the timed Mason Mount's run and lobbed the ball to him, which Mason Mount now trapped the ball with his chest and dropped it for Marcos Alonso, again, who scored. I think it was the first goal or second goal. That's to show you his intelligence. And how many times have we created a chance like that in this team for a while? He's the only guy you can say that's capable of doing that. It doesn't have to be on the carpet. The chances doesn't have to come from the flanks. Creating chances centrally and plus on the flanks, from the flanks, makes you unpredictable. But once it's always from the flanks, you're very predictable. So Ruben Loftus-Cheek may well, you can say, even though he doesn't, you can say he's not perfect at doing it, but at least he can help us solve that problem until we get somebody who's a specialist in doing that. I hope what I just explained makes any sort of sense to you guys. Roger, welcome to the panel. How are you doing, brother?
Hello there. I'm splendid. How are you, chaps?
Fine. I can't complain. I was wondering if everybody on the panel can actually hear me. But yeah, but that's by the way. So Roger, let's come to you straight up. DJ, were you still talking, brother?
No, bro. Let Roger. No, not at all. I'm just listening.
All right. Thank you very much. The question I want to ask is this, Roger. What do you think of this comment from, you could say, telling response to an interview question from Tammy Abraham, highlighting the concerning issues we have in the midfield area?
Yeah, I think the panel has highlighted it. I think there is some truth to it. I think he's been quite diplomatic and quite professional and respectful in his regard. Yeah, you mentioned Ruben. I think he would make a great number 6. I know he has attacking qualities also, but I think he has the physicality and the speed, or enough speed, to play that part. He's got dribbling. He can turn on the ball. He can pass through the lanes. I think he would make, like, was it, who was the previous midfielder that was coached up from a number 10 you were mentioning?
Mikhail.
Yeah, Mikhail, right. We can do the same with Ruben, in my opinion. It's exactly that. I think he has the potential to either be a completely more attacking midfielder or a completely defensive midfielder with either traits. That's what I see in him. I see so much ability in Ruben when fit.
How about considering his ability to create chances from the central area? How about we, deploy him closer to the final third rather than, we have all the options. We have all the good players who can play in the deep lying role.
Yes, he has that ability.
I know whenever he plays, I think it's usually the cover 6 role, the hybrid of 8 and 6.
Yes.
I think we'll be wasting his talent if we play him deeper. Because if you remember in the case of Mikel also, Mikel can actually do more if you deploy them further forward. Further in the pitch, if you want to phrase it like that. But he got used to it because that's the only way he gets the chance to play in the team. He accepted it. He made it his own. But again, if had Mikel played closer, to the final third in the entirety of his career, again, not in a club level, again, we'll be talking more about him because I know I followed him from his younger days, from the under 17 to 2021, again, and the youth level, and I know what he's capable of doing. But I get your argument. I think it would be better off playing Ruben Loftus-Cheek closer to the box than him starting playing from the deep. Yes, he can drive from there, progress the ball. Again, that's who I am, and that's how I see it. Hopefully, yes. Let's see how Potter sees it himself, because the whole thing comes down to how Potter sees it. But go ahead.
But yes, I agree with everything you have said. But let me ask you this question: you put a value at him being more closer to the box because of his forward ability. But
his creative ability, his goal-scoring abilities too.
Exactly. But let me ask you a question: how do you value the number 6 position? Equal weight, or because we've been arguing when I say argue, I'm not talking about literally. We've been demonstrating that we are lacking a true number 6, like getting Rice, etc. So conversely speaking, couldn't we just say equally that we do miss that ability for someone to be able to be more defensive minded, a rock solid defender, but with the ability to progress the ball forward like a Rice? I see Ruben as that position. Potentially, I'm talking about. I can also see him as a number 8 also because he's so versatile.
Bobby, let me come back to you. Bobby, you want to weigh in on that argument since Roger has taken it to that direction? Your thoughts?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we have experimented, for want of a better word, with Ruben in the 6th position often, and I have always found him very effective there. He has come under a lot of criticism when he's played there, but I just felt it was by people that didn't really understand that position. I think Roger's right. I felt quite unfairly that Jose actually killed Mikel's talents by converting him into a defensive midfielder. And he had that frank conversation with him, which Mikel has alluded to in the past, that look, this team is loaded with so many offensive midfield talents that if you want to play in the team, you have to make yourself a defensive midfielder. And he did that, and the rest is history. So I think Ruben, Tuchel really used him as a utility player all over the park. But I suspect that he will end up in that number 6 position, especially if we don't get Declan Rice. Even if we do, we often play the double 6. I think Graham Potter will do that depending on who we're playing. It will be done less depending on who we're playing. And we've got to also understand that in this midfield revolution, a friend of mine actually watched the development squad the other day. And I told him, look, pay particular attention to people like Kasadi. I think Kasadi played, a couple of others, and Lewis Hall, a couple of other people that we were trying to, I really wanted to find out about. And he said, look, this kid really is the new Ballack. He's young, he's only 19, but he's defensive and offensive, and he reads the game well. So our future for the midfield is made, but the current style of that sort of player is Ruben. And I'm very, very, very interested in how Graham Potter will use this squad he's got. Because I remember from yesterday's platform, somebody was saying, look, I think it was probably Roger, that we do have a lot of talent and we do have a lot of options already in certain positions. We've got good rotation now in the left wing back position. We've got good rotation in the number 8. We always have had, but adding Gallagher to that is another option. And I think, please excuse me, I think any coach worth their salt not being able to use Ruben in that midfield is missing a trick. Drop Jorginho. Let's not waste.
Here.
Let's not waste time with the hype. And let's get real and start using the players that can revolutionize our midfield. And Ruben's one of them.
Again, it remains to be seen. Again, like I said, the whole thing comes down to what Potter, how he sees him. Because the truth is, we all see things. Managers do see things from different lenses. Some manager will come in and say he's an 8. Sarri played him, deployed him again in a 4-3-3 system. He's always, whenever he's on the pitch, he's on the right hand side, I think. Correct me if I'm wrong. Go ahead, Roger. You wanted to say something.
Yeah, he has all the attributes you need. He's got size, speed, relatively speaking, technical ability for sure. And does he have that Fabregas pass in him? To a certain extent, but that can be developed, how often is he given the opportunity? I know a lot of it is down to serious injuries he's sustained, but he needs to progress. He needs to play week in, week out in the position. I mean, we know what J5 is all about. There's nothing that we don't know about his potential and his lacking. So why don't we put, knowing that, why don't we put, Ruben in that position and see what he can do? I mean, for all intents and purposes, this is, many experts have said this is a transitional year. So why not use this year where we don't have so much heat on the manager, where it's excusable for him to experiment?
Again, I understand your argument. People, if you're watching, if you haven't, please do take a second to like the video and also subscribe to the channel if you haven't. Again, here's what I'm going to say. Again, if you ask me, I'd say because we lack in, again, a chance creation from the central area, and we have player in Ruben Loftus-Cheek who's capable of doing that. Why deploy him deep? Why add on the players who can suffice for that role again, and use Ruben for the forward, even if the plan is to start implementing, deploying him deeper. But right now we have an issue. Eddie, can you weigh in on this? Your thoughts on the call for Ruben to remain as 6?
Yeah, I agree with converting him to be a 6, but we have to understand that when we try and convert players, team has to be playing with confidence, because when Mourinho converted old Mikel to a 6, to 8 or 6, 8 in that holding role, the team was winning. If we convert Loftus-Cheek to a role now when the team is losing, it gets too highlighted. Everybody will just be saying, "Oh, why did they convert him? It's not working." So if we want to convert him, the confidence has to be there, so that when they're winning, nobody highlights anything. Because if you convert to that role, there might be mistakes. And more so, now that the confidence is low, if you convert him to a 6 or a different role, now trying to bring him in, and we keep losing or we don't get the results as we expect, it's going to be highlighted a lot, and it's going to kill his confidence. So when we convert, because if you know, Mourinho sometimes when he was there, used to play Zuma as a midfielder as well. But because the team was winning, nobody sees anything bad in it. Because Mourinho is a genius. He got his tactics right. He got this right. But if we try to do it now with this team, with the confidence, level of confidence here, it's going to, I think, it's going to damage Loftus-Cheek more than help him. But when the team is winning, then it keeps because the team is winning and everything. Like if you have midfielders who do other jobs for him, and then we have good strikers who can score 5 chances, we score 3 chances, then everything is hunky-dory. But if we try that now, I think it might just be denting his confidence, and then that would not be good for him. I think that's my personal opinion. But he's good enough to play in that role. No doubt about it. He's good enough.
Yeah, I hope, again, I know he's capable of playing there. I hope that doesn't lead again. But one thing I like is, again, the flexibility in Potter's approach, very unpredictable. You can say overall unorthodox. But I hope it doesn't lead to a situation where in a few years later we'll be talking about how him playing deeper has, hindered his abilities. We didn't get to see him, realize his potentials because he's playing deeper. I just hope we don't come to that argument someday because he's a player I love so much. Again, here's what about the story about the owners having an intention of renaming Chelsea to the London Cowboys? Blue blood, my brother. Again, Tobago, I love you so much, bro. But I must let you know, I think this is just absolute nonsense. And again, if you haven't, go check out Tobago's YouTube channel. But it's important he brings up such topics, so we'll talk about it. And again, so people can learn from it. Check out Tobago's YouTube channel. Be sure to subscribe and let him know I sent you. Again, if you do that, whenever I go to South Africa, again, he owes me quite a lot of beers. One per subscriber that I sent to him. But I'm just kidding anyway. It's all love. Again, he's a brother I love so much. Go check out his channel. Be sure to subscribe. Here's my thoughts on that, talk about Chelsea being renamed. If you've been in business or if you've worked for an organization, if you understand what it's called brand, Chelsea is already a global brand. Even changing the jersey color of Chelsea Football Club will cause a lot of problems for Bowley and the Clearly Consortium. Brand isn't something you just change a jersey, or again, or maybe just change the name, and like this it catches up. You you're causing quite a lot of confusion, and you lose money too in the process, and it costs in the club the size of Chelsea, an entity the size of Chelsea, it will cost millions to rebrand in terms of rebranding process, which includes a name change. It is not that simple. It is not that simple. Again, Bobby, can you weigh into this? I'll go to Roger when you're done, and then AD.
It's impossible. Quite frankly, it's impossible. It's like trying to call Mercedes-Benz something else. It's like trying to redesign the royal family. There are certain things that are institutions, and it is what it is. If you change it, you will lose it. A perfect example was the Korean guy or so that bought Hull City and came out with this name for them, the Hull City Tigers. That caused so much disruption that the very next season he had to change it back. The guy that bought Cardiff and changed their colors from blue to red, that lasted, I think, half a season, and he had to change it back. It's not even on the table. It's not even on the table. And that's not the franchise they bought. So all that is just fantasy talk. We addressed this yesterday, how we just have some people looking to create conversation, and they just pluck anything out of the sky. That's not happening. Can you imagine the uproar from Chelsea fans, of which I'll be one of?
Yeah. What other name sounds better like Chelsea? Actually, if we really want to talk about it, but it's just absolute nonsense. Again, Bobby, you said it well, and I'm going to come back to Roger to get his thoughts on that. Let me highlight that so I don't lose it. Again, this is a conversation between those in the chat, and I want to go into it. And we have, again, the Prince. The Prince, I hope you're doing well, brother. I thank you for finding the time to join the show. Again, like I've told everybody, again, it's a slow week for news. The transfer window has closed, and that's one of the reasons we don't have too many people in the chat also. Again, participating. But help us share the stream. Talk to people. Tell them about the channel if you really do enjoy it. The Prince says, seriously, we need a player like Eden Hazard. That's another type of player we need too. A player, that will take the bull by the horns if you want, or again, that will pull a rabbit out of the hat if all of the plan we have for a game doesn't work. Eden Hazard is that man. But we're building a team, but we still need somebody. Maybe Leao will end up being the guy for us. Do I think he will measure in Eden Hazard? I don't think so. I think they differ, but he has that explosive, way to, exert himself in a game that you could say he's capable of pulling a rabbit out of the heart to help us win a game. I watched a player from FC Sporting Club in person, Marcus Edward. He plays similar to Hazard, a skillful and intelligent on the ball. We don't have to be looking to a player who will match Hazard's output on the pitch, like for like. Leao can do a job. He's capable of helping us win a game when all else, fail. All other plans we have fail. He's capable of doing that. You could argue again. Maybe the guy in question could, but we don't have to look at players. That player doesn't have Hazard's skills like for like. Why do people just make up stuff? No way they will rename the club. And I think, Bobby, during the whole sanctions NSL conundrum, I think we had the argument, though. Somebody say, we talked about it for the sake of educating people. How about the possibility of renaming the club? And what came up also, what was how much it would cost, for the branding process would cost, plus how much they'd lose. It just doesn't make any sort of sense. And here, let's say, I guess it's a slow week for news. Yeah. So now we see all sorts of nonsense out there. It says again, It would make a good April Fool's Day joke. Yeah, I think it will, and thank you for telling me that. I think I will have that at the back of mind and maybe try it. Out of season April Fool, no, you can still try it next day. They're still new, and a lot is still going on at the club. You could come up with the argument they're looking to change the name of the club. Again, please, if you're watching and you are enjoying the show, please like and subscribe when you enter if you have not, as it helps the channel reach a wider audience. We have 54 likes. Let's try to get it to 100 likes by the time the show ends. I know we can do that, but it all depends on you. Again, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Let me say what else we have here. I already liked and subscribed. Tom Golubivas. Again, you should be an OG here. This is not your first time here. Let me know. But thank you very much. I appreciate that, brother. Thank you for all the contributions. Again, I see you have a lot of contributions in the chat already, but I can't read everything. If I try to read everything, that's all we'll do for the day. I really do have to research this player in question. Everybody is singing them praises. Again, Phantom might have suggested the new name as he likes Dallas Cowboy. That's a chance that may have been the case. Again, let's come back to the panel. Roger, your name, again, your thoughts on the suggested, or even the thought of it that they want to rename Chelsea to, what's that term again, or that name? It says here, what about the story about the owners having an intention of renaming Chelsea to the London Cowboys? I don't think so. I think that may well. I don't know the date for the article because I haven't read it. There's a chance it's just people jumping on how hysterical the whole English football fans went on his suggestion for East versus South, or best 11. But your thoughts on that suggestion in the first place?
Totally nonsensical. Bobby put it perfectly. We're an institution. We're 117 years old. It's not even, it doesn't even warrant the discussion, in my opinion. It's that nonsensical. Next question. As simple as that. Doesn't make believe.
It just doesn't make any sort of sense. Any your thoughts?
I agree totally with Bobby and Rangers. It's nothing to talk about, to be honest. It won't fly. It just won't fly. I don't know where this is coming from. I'm just hearing for the first time anyway. So, but I don't think I don't see anything there anyway.
Can you explain again, Tom? Can you explain what you mean a chat a role? Let's talk about it again. Maybe he message me privately on Twitter if you have a Twitter account. That makes the whole thing easier. Let's see what else we highlight. Okay, again. Okay. Let's see what else we have here to talk about. Again, that's an interesting one from Tammy Abraham. Amandro Broya is impressing in training, closing in on getting a starting role. You could argue that. I think he has actually done enough to start. Every time he comes on, he does well. But that's what we expected. Again, I didn't expect him to just become part of the starting 11 because it's a gradual process. If it's handled incorrectly, that may well be a problem rather than seeing him develop. So this is one I want to talk about, and I think I'd start AD with this one. Again, before I continue, if you haven't, take a second to like the video. Also, do subscribe to the channel if you haven't. Let's try and get it to 100 likes as soon as possible right now, which is at 54 likes. Again, I thank you for that. I'd be ungrateful not to be thankful for 54 likes. Chelsea and Brighton played a mix of senior and youth team players at the Amex Stadium today, with Chukwuemeka taking his chance in front of Porter. Christian Pulisic, Loftus-Cheek, Broya, Zakaria, Gallagher, among those involved, and the game ended 2-1 Chelsea, and Carney Chukwuemeka scored the 2 goals for Chelsea Football Club. I want to start you, AD. Again, we didn't watch the game, and I'm sure there's no video of the game. It was behind closed doors. That shows the kid, he's got it in him. I want to see at least 10, 15 minutes of the player. Again, if you see his highlights, if you've watched him at Aston Villa, you'd see, again, I'm sure you know him so well because you said your son plays with one of the teams I forgot. But go ahead, your thoughts on the fact he scored 2 goals and he was part of the team, and you can say the team featured a lot of senior players. AD, the floor is yours.
Yeah, I'm not surprised because, as I said it one of the chats that he's a good player. Just keep an eye on that lad. He's a very, very good player, and doing it in front of Porter, and then in this game with the likes of Zakaria, Gallagher. Those are the players that will be left when the international break is on. So they'll get to see and impress the manager more during this period while the other players will be away. So I think they will give the manager enough time to have a look at these players and then see which one will quickly come into the first team. But just keep an eye on Chukwuemeka. I've said it before, and I still stand by what I said because he's a very, very good player. Very, very good player. So the likes of Zakaria, we need to see what Zakaria. So I'm really, really looking forward to seeing Zakaria coming to this team. I don't know how he will fit in, but I think if the clips I saw of him and how he played with Juventus and other, I mean, we need to get him into this team if we can, in a way. If Kante is not fit, he needs to be that solid midfielder that will help us in midfield, because really, really there's a hole in that midfield, big hole in that midfield, and it's really affecting our defense. So we need that solidity. If Zakaria can be fit and do that for us, probably alongside, just as we said the other time, Kovacic or someone else will be good for the team. And then Chukwuemeka, if he goes to, like Brighton plays 3-5-2 sometimes. If he goes to that 3-5-2, playing, I would want to see Chukwuemeka ahead of Mason Mount, to be honest. I would want to see him, maybe Zakaria, Kovacic, and Chukwuemeka in the three of that midfield, and then maybe Sterling and Roya up front, kind of. It'll be a good thing to see. He's a good player, no doubt about it.
Would you say, let me ask you this, it looks like you know Chukwuemeka more than most of us do. How would you define, again, the most suited, what role is most suitable for him? Is it a sitting six or a hybrid of 6 and 8, just like Kovacic? Or do you think
No,
it's strictly an 8?
He's not a sitting six. He's not a sitting six. He can play as an 8, and he can play even as a 10. He loves to hold on to the ball. He's strong, physical. He can create chances, and he can score as well. I think he ended, if I'm not mistaken, that tournament, the under-18s tournament I was talking about, I think he ended up the highest scorer in that tournament. Yeah, no, not the Euro, the under-18, the FA Youth Cup. I'll check it out. I think he ended up in that tournament the highest scorer, if I'm not mistaken. He scores a lot of goals from where
He's in the mold of a Ruben physically. He's taller, I think, than Ruben.
But maybe more mobile, you think?
Sorry, he's similar to Ruben, but I think with time, he has more skill. He will be more skillful than Ruben.
Yes.
Because he's so confident on the ball. He holds on to the ball. He's not afraid of tackles. He's not afraid. He doesn't shy away from the ball. He calls for the ball. He opens to space. He wants the ball.
For a big man, he's got very fast feet. You know, just like
very,
Ruben
very
does.
fast feet. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that's
exactly.
That's true. Yeah, he's got very fast feet for a tall guy like him. Yeah.
That's the first thing that hit me when I first saw him when he was playing for England.
Yeah.
The under 19s or whatever it was. He impressed me.
And he's got that quick turn of pace. Like he can turn, he runs with the ball. He turns fast, he runs, he scores. I mean, we're lucky we have this, but you could see the teams that were linked to him, Barcelona, AC Milan, and for us getting him. But I hope he doesn't get affected, because from reports we had, it was Tuchel, the phone call from Tuchel that changed his mind.
That convinced him to join us. Yeah, because AC Milan and Barcelona both promised him a starting, a place in their first teams.
Yeah. But he's a confident lad, though. He's a very confident lad.
What's the contract?
His contract probably 6 years. Bally doesn't do anything other than 6 years, except if you're 30 plus.
You know, when he
6 or 7 years, even, I don't know.
Yeah, let me check. Well, go ahead. While you talk about him, Roger, let me check.
He was a man amongst boys. It was so glaringly obvious that he was so physically superior to anyone of that age group. He was, and skillful too. It was a mismatch, in my opinion. He stuck out. Eddie, did you watch any England under 20 or under 19 games where he played? He was vastly.
No, I didn't. No.
I'm an England fan, so I watched it, and wow, he's he's a talent. He really is. He impressed me, and I've seen. I
So
think I
his
watched.
contract expires in 2028, so it's 6 years.
Sure, yeah, that's it's 6 probably +1 or 5+1. Yeah.
6+1, I think. Yeah.
I mean, when you look at it, that's what I was saying. When you look at Chelsea's, I want, no disrespect to J5, I want to see players like this play for us. This is a write-off year. I mean, I hope we get top 4 or top 7, but let's do it. Let's start bleeding these young players in and see, because we know what J5 offers. I mean, we also have to seriously, judiciously use Kante more often. We cannot play him for 80, 90 minutes twice a week. His body, his muscles can't sustain that anymore because of the mileage he puts in. So, he has to play probably 2 out of every 3 matches. And those games should only be up to 70 minutes on the average, because most of his injuries come after 70 minutes. So why don't we start using players like Carney, players like Ruben more often, and see the new chap that we've acquired from the Italian league. I still haven't seen him play. I have to look at his stuff. I see. It's early days for Potter. We have to give him time. So I'm just dying to see our next 10 matches and see where we are actually as a team and what style we utilize and what formations. But yeah, midfield has been an issue. But then again, you have a look historically the last 20 years on midfield. We've had some really amazing superstars in there. We really have. So, but we have an abundance. We have a glut of number 8s. We have Gallagher, Mount, Chukwuemeka, et al. It's just too many. Which is
Yeah,
good.
but let's have and see again. Graham Potter tweaks or something in the team to help bring out the 8s, because the 8s, you could say the 8s we've had in the team, apart from scoring goals, again, they haven't, a chance creation isn't their strongest suit. I don't know how else to put that argument. They haven't created so much centrally, and that's concerning to me. And Tammy Abraham puts it so well. Let me catch up with the chat. I'll come back again. I haven't heard Bobby. I know Bobby haven't spoken about Carney. I don't know, Roger, if you have anything to add to the fact he scored a brace. We won 2-1, and he scored the 2 goals for us. That shows he's a goal-scoring midfielder. Again, he has an eye for goal. And like Eddie explained, that's a competition he participated in where he won. He was the top scorer in that competition. Heard Levi was thinking of name change to Glenn. I missed you, man. Thank you for joining. Finally, London Werewolves. Werewolves. Since they are allergic to silver. Please be careful. I need to concentrate. Please, Glenn, I beg you, don't do that too much. Tom, thank you for connecting with me on Twitter. And I asked you a few questions. I'm waiting for your response. And again, I appreciate that link you shared with me. I think it will be very helpful to me, and I'll bookmark it. But I want to understand clearly what you want to be. Again, I'm not going to say the question here. Let me see. Arsenal 3 up. Yeah, they're looking good. The silverware. Again, anything else to address here? And I'm ashamed that I've not been able to sort out the issue of Nightbot calling men and women queen. Just if you mentioned Jos Viola, again, he just calls you queen. I thought I fixed the problem. Again, shameful to me. But that's, by the way, again, you would think of playing in the Europa League will affect Arsenal after a while. They have how many games into it? Let's wait. It will happen. It will stretch them. And again, the only thing I thought will happen today, I heard Odegaard that he had a knock. Did he start? I'm sure he didn't start. So I thought maybe the absence of Odegaard would affect their performance today. It doesn't look like it is, because I'm not looking at the game. I'm just looking at numbers. Again, I'm not sure. I haven't checked who's starting for them. They have. I think they have. You could say they have depth in some areas. They have scored depth in some areas. So yeah, let's see. Chukwuemeka is not like Ruben, maybe in frame, but his style is more like a Chomeni's style. Ah, interesting comment right there from Tom. I haven't even. I think more like more like Chomeni, but actually a better dribbler than Chomeni because Chomeni is not the best of dribblers. Again, wow, that's a good argument right there. I need to look at him again. I need to look at him again. And Cody, man, Cody is a Manchester United fan, but he's always here. And thank you for always supporting the channel. I don't know if you subscribe to the sister channel. There we'll get to talk about Manchester United. No, not Potter out yet, and I think Potter will be in for a while. Not yet, maybe too early. Hey, Kuchila, again, the queen of the house, big up to you. I hope you're doing well. I'm going to scroll to the very bottom again. Do I see, is there anything that I should be addressing there or highlighting for the panel? Again, guys, are you saying how Arsenal are shooting and scoring from outside the box? Again, this is what our players should be doing more often. That actually highlights something else. Aside from, us having, the problem of not creating chances from the central area of the pitch, we've also had issues of not shooting from the outside the 18. You can say Mason Mount, he shoots. Kovacic, when he shoots, his shots are something, the rugby union will be very proud of because 99.9% of the times it's, off the pitch. Mount shoots on occasions, but again, you can say ZX probably is he's struggled so much with where he's deployed on the pitch that him shooting usually, you could argue the last thing that comes to his mind. Before we go back, again, I think let me highlight this. We'll come back to it in a bit. We'll talk about the highlighted comments and all that. Tom says Ruben has a good long range shooting ability, but here's the thing about it. Correct me if I'm wrong, Tom. I think Ruben shoots, but his shots is more like you could say much more calculated, more of finesse than power. He's not a power shooter. His shots are more of a finesse. There's more of finesse to his shots than power. And correct me if I'm wrong about that. But that's, by the way, I'm going to come back to the panel and I'll go straight to Bobby. Your thoughts on Chukwuemeka getting a brace? He featured alongside such names as Christian Pulisic, Loftus-Cheek, Broya, Zakaria, Gallagher, and he got 2 goals. Again, without his goals, you would lost the game 0-1 again, or lose the game 1-0 to Brighton. Your thoughts, Bobby, on Carney Chukwuemeka?
I mean, I've only ever seen snippets of this chap, and that was when he came on for a little cameo against us, against Villa last season. The rest is based on what I've heard. And based on what I've heard, I think this is where we will see what Graham Potter's about, because he really does have tools. It's just, does he have the skill to get the best out of these tools? As I said, I don't know that much about him. Same as Zakaria. We know him in a Swiss shirt, but we don't know what he will bring to the table at Chelsea, and I'm very, very keen to see that. If they are anything near the players we hope they are, then that's going to be really, really positive for the club.
Yep, I agree with you. Again, Eddie, you have anything else to say?
No, not much. Nothing
Okay,
to
how
add.
about you, Roger? Anything else to say about Carney Chukwuemeka? Okay, let's move on. Let's see. Again, next thing we have to talk about here is no, go ahead.
No, it's just.
I was asking, do you have anything else to say about Chukwuemeka?
No, not really. Just that I'd like to see him play. I'd like to see 3 or 4 players get a chance for not just 1 or 2 matches, for 5+ consecutive matches, minus injuries. I think we need to see exactly, because then you get a gist, a greater understanding of their capabilities and how they read the game, etc., etc. I think there's 3 or 4 players that I would like to see, like Broya, Gallagher, Carney. I want to see these players embedded into the team. Maybe not all at once, but at least get 4 or 5 consecutive matches minimum, just to see how they interact and gel with the team and see what their potential is. You get a greater understanding, you know. That's what I really want to see, and he's part of that equation, definitely, unequivocally.
Yeah, I really want to see that one happen. Let's see what else we have here. Arsenal team again. Arsenal team play 4-2-3-1. Ramsdale again. Tierney, Gavi, Saliba, White again. Partey, Xhaka, Martinelli, Vieira, Xhaka, Jesus. So yeah, truly. This guy didn't play again. He had a knock and they couldn't start. And they're playing this well. I think they have, surprisingly, they have depth in some areas. They have players who are capable of, to fulfill in other roles if somebody is missing out. Please like and subscribe when you enter. Please keep liking the video, guys. Thank you for 55 likes. I'm still hopeful we can get it to 100 by the time the show ends. And again, if you haven't, again, share, invite others to the channel so we can grow the community. Arsenal are 3 up already. Yeah, they're playing that well. Blue Balls FC says Gallagher should leave Chelsea immediately. We shouldn't be in a hurry to get rid of a player who hasn't played that much game. For us, for the manager to take a good look at them and find the most suitable place for the player. I don't think. Again. Just listen. I'm not subscribing to that idea of letting him go. He's capable of being a rotational player with Mason Mount, and even as an 8, he will get us more goals than Mason Mount does. That's not me saying that Mason Mount is bad. A question for the panel and chat. I know it's very early and things will change, but as it stands, what would you hate more? City finally winning the Champions League or Arsenal winning the Premier League? Bobby, you take that one. Okay, it looks like it's taking him time to to unmute his phone. Maybe Roger, you start when he comes back, and then when you're done, he can start talking.
That's easy. Arsenal winning. They're a London foe, It's I detest Arsenal and Tottenham with a passion. It's as simple as that. I can't stand them, and their fans are obnoxious. It's that simple, Can you hear me?
I think that the choice there is easy. Arsenal, they are again one of our biggest rivals, London rivals. I wouldn't care that much if Man City win. Go ahead.
Yeah,
go ahead, Roger. You were saying something.
I'm watching the game while talking to Arsenal. Yeah, I'm watching the game Arsenal and Brentford while talking to you, and to be honest with you, Brentford look flat, and they only get up. Well, I shouldn't say only, but they get up for us more than they do other teams because we're so geographically close to them. Brentford are very close. In fact, I live closer to Brentford than I do Chelsea. They just look so flat, and it could be the fact. I don't know when did Arsenal score first? Was it very early on in the game? And I think the crowd's out of the game too. They look flat. So, and a lot of that has to be given to Arsenal. But yeah, let's see what they do, because let's see how we have to see how their depth is when they play in Europe and then continue playing in the Premier League. That's going to be a factor. It's going to wear and tear on them. I think we have a deeper squad. I'm not saying we'll finish above them, but let's see.
Yeah, Eddie, your turn for that question. Which do you dread the most?
Arsenal winning the league. Arsenal winning
and that will make it. If they win it, that will be a total of how many for them?
3, right?
How many?
Wenger won them 2, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, 3, and we have how many? We have 6 or 5.
I think first division 6. Well, we have 5 Premier League and 6 top flight. But how many of Arsenal won top flight, the first division? I think they've got They're double digits. I think they've got 15, 16. They have a lot. I'd have to look it up. But they have more than us, I believe.
Bobby, are you back? This is a topic I really would like to get Bobby's opinion from. I know he's a very, again, but we'll see what else do we have here again. We're answering that question. Yes, people, smash that like button and subscribe to the channel if you haven't. And if you're in the chat, again, I need you to help answer this question from Glenn. By the way, big up Glenn. I hope you're doing well. We have 56 likes. Again, just 40, how many? 44 more to get it to 100 likes. I know we're capable of getting there by the time the show ends. Let's get it to 100 likes as soon as possible. And big up Tom. How do I say your last name, Tom?
Yeah, you've said it exactly how it is. It's Galubias.
So can you pronounce it again?
Yeah, Galubias.
Okay, I'll practice that. I don't want to butcher it now that you're on camera, so you don't stretch your arm and punch me. Tom, let's start with this question on the screen. Says again, a question for the panel and chat. I know it's a very early and things will change. Let me say things will more likely change, but as it stands, what would you have more? Again, what would you hate more, so to speak? City winning the Champions League or Arsenal winning the Premier League?
Arsenal winning the Premier League. I think Premier League should be like the priority for all teams playing, all English teams playing, I think. City, I think they might be a bottle job doing the Champions League again, in my opinion. They'll probably get up to the final and then lose out again against top opposition. But yeah, ideally, I think the Prem should be number one priority for all the top 6 clubs playing. Champions League, I mean, it's just an added bonus, I believe. Obviously, it's like one of the top leagues to play in and to win in. But personally, I value the Premier League above that.
Let me ask you this. Which of the 2 trophies do you value the most, the Champions League or the Premier League?
I value the Premier League over the Champions League. But saying that, the Champions League is not just a Mickey Mouse club. It is like, in other people's opinion, it is valued over the Premier League. But I still value the Premier League because I think it's just the toughest league out there to play in and to actually win it. With the Champions League, I feel like a lot of the top leagues that do win it end up having that sort of depth where if like 3 key players are injured, they got easy players that can come in of decent caliber to actually come in and compete and win on those levels. Yeah. So it's a bit different, I guess.
Wow, for me again, I want them both. And if I'm given the if I'm asked which of the trophies do I prefer, I'd say the Champions League. But at least I do want us to win the Premier League, and it's a good thing that they don't. You could say they don't. Should I say intertwined again? The difference. I'd like us to win the Premier League and still win the Champions League. The Champions League means we're the best in England, but the Premier League means we're the best in England, but the Champions League means we're the best in Europe. So that's where that's what defines the value for each of the trophies. I don't know if anybody on the panel want to come in there to state which of the trophies. Yeah, go ahead, Roger.
I understand the gentleman. Sorry, I didn't quite catch your name, but
Tom. Just call him Tom.
Tom, hello, Tom. I actually find that the Champions League or European Cup is more prestigious, in my opinion.
It is. It's still up there.
Which one would I want Chelsea to win? Let's say in the next decade, would I rather have 2 Champions League additional or 2 Premier League additional trophies? I would say Champions League. Personally, but having said that, if you win the Premier League, you are week in, week out. I would say a far more superior team in the sense that you're more consistent and you're more likely to go further in the Champions League also. So they go hand in hand in a way, because the Champions League is for all intents and purposes a knockout tournament. The only advantage over it is that you get home and away games until the final. So it's a little bit of a hybrid. But I would say it's a true indicator, the Premier League, of which is a better team. So I get it both ways. But personally, I would rather see us win a couple to a lot more Champions League than I would Premier League.
The way I see it, though, is with the Champions League, right? All the top teams that usually get into the quarterfinals, finals, whatever, all have a very, very large depth squad. So in that sense, there's always a disadvantage, especially for like the teams that you could say that are up there but just don't have the squad depth. And right now, Chelsea's in that sort of predicament where they might progress, into some knockout stages and stuff, maybe final 16 or whatever. But just to their lack of depth, like if James is injured, we're only left with someone like Ruben that can potentially pull in, or maybe Aspi, and then it's already knocking a lot of quality down on our team performance coming in from that right flank. And to be honest, it's just the teams that have very decent billable players that are on the bench that can come in and actually deliver those sort of big wins that the Champions League requires. So I see it as like a bit like, you need big teams to win those sort of big games in the Champions League. That's the way I see it. It doesn't play.
No, that's
go ahead.
a valid point. I think you're right about bringing up James, because we do lack a like-for-like depth in that regard. But you have a look at our left wing back, and we certainly do have that.
Yeah.
And keeper, we have that. I think they're very comparable, different styles completely. I think all over the pitch, except for James's position, is where we do have depth, with that exception of Reece James's position. I think we do actually have depth. And look, we went to under Tuchel. He coached in 7 trophies. He reached 6 finals, 2 FA Cups, and then, I know I'm including the FIFA World Cup, but it's a very small knockout tournament. And then to get to the European Super Cup, you have to win the Champions League. But he went to 6 out of 7, and if it wasn't for J5 and that error, we could have advanced to the semis of the Champions League. So that proves in 18 months that we do have depth.
I think
again, Eddie, your thoughts. Which of the trophies do you prefer? Before I go back to Tom to bring him up to par to where we are right now with the conversation.
Yes, both come with different excitements. They come with different excitement.
So if you have to choose one, which of them would you choose and why?
I'll be greedy. I want both if it's possible, but I say most players, especially the home-based players, the English players, they pride the Premier League. They put their mind more in Premier League, because I think that's the one they believe it's a marathon, because it defines you the whole season. So that's how good you are, consistency, because you need to be very consistent to win the Premier League. But Champions League, you might not be that. We've shown, Chelsea has shown severally. We won it 2012 without being the best. We won it again under Tuchel, not being the best in the Champions League. So it could happen. And I stumbled on something. Somebody wrote somewhere. They said, Thiago Silva, if we believe in superstition, though, we might still win the Champions League this year. Thiago Silva was signed from PSG to Chelsea, and Thomas Tuchel ended up coming to Chelsea to play with his former player, and he won the Champions League. This year, Thomas Tuchel signed Cucurella from Brighton. He was sacked, and Potter is now the manager, Cucurella. So is that something there? We keep an eye on that.
So you practically describe those kind of memes we see online. Are you getting it, Chelsea fans? Yeah, but I love it. This is something Ty will love so much. Ty is into that kind of thing. Ty will give you history. Say in 19, this year this happened and that happened. And again, that led to us winning the Champions League. Are you getting it, Chelsea
Yeah.
fans? I think I should do I should do one myself. Yeah, but go ahead, Eddie. That's hilarious.
Yes. So we might just keep an eye on it this season. We might be. I mean, our league form this year doesn't look like we're going to win the league. Maybe we just put our eggs in that basket of winning
But would
the
you really say which of
Champions League.
the two competitions is easier to win? Some people say Champions League.
Yeah, obviously Champions League. Champions League. The league. You see, last season was 1 point. So there's no room. When Alex Ferguson was there, Alex Ferguson would say, if you in a season you're not allowed to lose more than, was it 5 games or so? He used to analyze it. But this season, I tell you, if you lose more than 3 games in this season, you might be out of the chance of winning the Premier League. That's outside. Last year was only 1 point between Liverpool and the Man City. So you need that consistency.
Yeah, and with
You
the
need the
advent,
consistency to.
and with Man City acquiring Haaland, it looks like what has he played? 7 games and he scored 13 or 14 games.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
He's killing it.
He
Yeah.
he has physicality. He's so clinical, you know. I don't see, you know. I think I can see them running away with it. I can see him scoring 30 to 40 goals minimum in a.
He can. We're seeing signs of that.
The only thing that can stop him is injuries, because he gets
That's all.
you know, the amount of chances they create with De Bruyne. Have you seen his defense splitting passes there? How we ever let him go? Bloody Mourinho. Wow. I mean, he has the chance, but considering the service and the quality of service that he gets, you know, I can see him smashing records left, right, and centre. So, you know, I can see them actually doing the double this year. I can see them winning it all. When I say double, I'm talking about Champions League and Premier League. I really can. But I can also see. I mean, I didn't think we'd win the Champions League 2 years ago when City got to the final. I actually didn't think we'd win it. Not to be pessimistic, I'm just being realistic, because they're the better team. But, you know, Pep outthought himself in that game. But, you know, when you say it's easier to win the Champions League, I don't know, though. Is it? Because you've got teams like Barca, Bayern, a little club called Real Madrid, you know? An up-and-coming team. You know, these are super teams. We don't play them week in, week out.
Yeah, but there's unstacked, like overstacked advantage on the sides that have such big teams.
Sure.
They can rotate their lesser played players that aren't playing in their local league, going through the earlier rounds of the championship, and they can breeze through on wins like that. And
yeah, when they're ahead in their own
league,
they rest their players. I get it, so they're fresher for the Champions League. I get it. That's a valid point. And Real Madrid and Barcelona have historically done that because they have weaker leagues. I get it. But that's why it's even harder for a lot of English teams to win it, because of the fact that they don't have the advantage of resting their important players in the Champions League, in the knockout stages, because of the fact that the Premier League is so close. So you can conversely say that.
Pep has a big squad. He can actually realistically go all the way to the finals with that. And that's where I'm like trying to bring up that point. It's like, if you look at it historically, it's always big depth teams that have always made it into the finals. People think like Bayern and Real and all of that are just winning just to the grace of like having world-class players, but that's not enough. You need a big squad to take on those, I don't know, earlier games, I guess.
Sure.
Take the pressure of tired legs, and then the ability of them also then getting affected by having tired legs of playing, you know, in their local leagues.
Do you not think we have a big squad?
Managers have to take that into account every time they think about playing in those types of games.
Do you not think we have a big enough squad and enough depth? I think we do.
Not compared to City. City have got like decent fillers in every position, whereas we're lacking a bit.
City have a big squad and they have balance. We have a big squad. We don't have balance. We have a
Yeah.
big squad that doesn't have everything we need. For instance, we've talked about the lack of chance creation from the central area. That means we have a big squad, but we're not balanced. We have tons of midfielders, but how many of them are good at creating chances from the central area? Maybe that changes on the portal. We'll find out. Let me catch up with the chat. I'll come back. I'll find out again. Get Tom's thoughts on Carney Chukwuemeka again, and maybe quickly all everything he's heard us talk about, so we can move on to the next aspect of the whole thing. Just want to say something about we only have the Champions League over Man City, and I would like it to stay that way. Let me see. Man City, have they won more leagues than us?
Well, Premier League, yes, I think it's
Or is it measured? I think it's measured right now. We've won 6, right?
Yeah.
We've won total 6, 5 Premier League and 1 First Division.
I think Premier League in total, isn't it 6? Antonio Conte, Jose Mourinho 3 times. That's 4. Who again? Carlo Ancelotti, that's 5. Am I missing anyone?
So City have won a total of 8 first top flight. It's Man United with 20, Liverpool with 19, Arsenal with 13, Everton 9, City 8, Villa 7, and Sunderland and Chelsea have 6.
So let me just count just the Premier League alone. Jose Mourinho 3 times, Carlo Ancelotti 1.
So Chelsea have
Antonio,
got 5. We've got 5.
We got
Premier
5.
League. Yeah. So let's have a look. Let's have a look in Premier League. I'll go to the link. I apologize.
All right, let me catch up with the chat while you do that. Again, just let me know when you want to come in to update us on that. Again, I've read that one from the Queen of the House. Again, somebody tell it's Mr. Blue, this is not a dating site. We'll talk football here, and we're talking about Chelsea Football Club. You're supposed to ask any Kenyan woman here. Sorry?
So City have 6 Premier League. So it's United 13, City 6, Chelsea 5, Arsenal 3, Blackburn Rovers 1, Leicester and Liverpool 1.
So Chelsea has 1, City has 1 more Premier League than us.
Affirmative.
Wow. Again, now this is making me feel like I'd rather them win the Champions League and they still be. So it's easy to catch up with. If Reece James was to get injured, we have a Fofana and Chalobah who can play in that position. I think both can. If you're talking about the wing back a position, not the right centre back, then I'd rather Ruben Loftus-Cheek start there. It's a hybrid role, like he fulfilled under Thomas Tuchel, and he can fulfill that role very well. I know we have quite a lot here. Again, might have been mentioned already, but keep reading. Broya impressed Graham Potter, so he's likely to be given a starting spot. Probably when they were discussing his job, I'm sure. Again, I'm sure they probably talked about Broya's development. The young players in the team, Carney Chukwuemeka and all that. They won't just bring him in and say, okay, here's the team. I think they talk about, look at what we have here. Are you able to work with them? How can you help develop these guys and all that? I'm sure they already talked about it. And I'm quite sure Graham Potter knows, Broya very well, even before he joined Chelsea. Again, please keep liking the video. We're at 57 likes. Let's see if we can get it to 100 likes by the time the show ends. Again, whether you're a mod or you're just watching, again, just keep sharing the channel. Recommend it to other people who would be interested in this particular kind of topic. Again, let me see anything else here. And DJ says, again, Liam all good. Okay, just a conversation between them there. Let me see anything else to address. It says Pep was so angry he lost the Champions League final against us that he came out all guns blazing to defeat us in the first Premier League game last season. Even the second leg, the two legs they defeated us. I think it was 1-0 on both occasions. Here's the thing: what they did was he took his time. I think he took Thomas Tuchel for granted, and he surprised him. Then he took his time to study our team and learn that is under Thomas Tuchel, the runs of our players weren't, dynamic. if you started the teams very well, and I personally could tell if Marcos Alonso had the ball, and if I look at the pitch, what he's going to do next. Whoever had the ball, in fact, tell you what that person is going to do next. They were so predictable because usually they opt for safer options, going backwards or sideways. But that's, by the way, again, a good one there. Thank you very much. And again, it says if you're going back, yes, Chelsea first won the English title in 1955. So you could say a total of 6 if you want to phrase it that way. So coming back to you, Tom, your thoughts on Carney Chukwuemeka, and if you want to talk about everything else, you know, you heard us talk about that you want to contribute to. And by the way, I followed you back on Twitter, but I know your settings, you have to approve it first, but that's, you don't have to do that now. But Tom, the question I have for you again, what do you think about Carney Chukwuemeka? And you can go ahead and talk about, you know, your thoughts on everything else we've talked about.
I think he's a player that's kind of like cut out the same cloth as Tchouaméni is. He can win balls, he can distribute with passes, he can dribble, and he's got long-range shooting abilities with his powerful sort of kicks from outside the box. So I feel like he's quite a good package, and I'm kind of excited to see if he can transition into the first team. I don't know if it will be this season, but in one of these seasons coming up, I think he's a very promising young player.
Yeah, it's going to be a gradual process. I think his integration will not be drastic. I think we all know that we don't want to, in the process of trying to get him start playing games again, overloading with so much expectations that he's not going to be able to live up to, and then it becomes a problem to his development. You want to add to anything else we've talked about, or should we just move on?
Yeah, we can move on, I guess. I haven't seen him play too much other than this match that he's just played.
Yes. So you're like all of us. We don't know him that well. I wanted Bobby to speak about Chukwuemeka, but I think Bobby's probably away from his phone or busy doing something else, or probably at work. Sources at Chelsea very close to appointing Christoph Freund as the new director of football. Tom, do you know him well? And what's the importance of getting a director of football?
Well, with Marina gone, and the whole sort of dynamics changing at Chelsea, where we're not really looking at I don't know, having as much of the boardroom or these types of positions having such a weigh in. With the types of players and the types of caliber of players that we really need in the team. I feel like at RB, Salzburg, he's gotten a lot of good, promising players into that team, and that team at RB is now just transformed a lot over the last couple of years. You've seen, is it Nkunku who plays for them up front, that Chelsea were linked up with, this season of the transfer window that's just closed. Like, it's unfortunate that we couldn't get him, I think, in that striker position, because I think we would have done well signing a player like that. But yeah, a sporting director role like that, I think we haven't had for a while. I think, is it Czech that was filling that position before?
Yeah, in an invented role, by the way.
Yeah, like it never really existed, but I think it is a role that needs filling out, because we've got Marina, who was kind of sort of caught in the between that role, right? She was like Roman's right hand and dealt with a lot of the signings, a lot of the time, like where a sporting director should really be dealing with. Like some of the signings she got right, some of them are just terrible in my opinion, and I don't know. Sporting director is a big sort of statement signing and a big swing in the way Bowley will be operating going forward. If we get anyone, with the likes of Chris Freund or maybe even Matt Edwards from Liverpool, I think that's going to put us in a good position on signing the right talent that is needed for our system. or the system the way, Bowley or Potter sees the system going in the next couple of years. And, you put someone like that of good caliber in that can spot the potential and can spot the talent in these types of players that we actually need to fill in these sort of roles. And we're only going to be going on the up then, really.
Yeah, you could argue if we had a director of football, I don't think the issue that emerged or materialized between Todd Bowley and his gang with Thomas Tuchel wouldn't have happened, because Tuchel will be focused on what he likes to do. Everything was fine when Petr Cech was there. I mean, you could say things started falling apart once Petr Cech left, because even though he he occupied an invented role, but he did the job for Thomas Tuchel. Thomas Tuchel did less of the going back and forth with the owners, but with Petr Cech instead, and that's how he's always wanted it. If we followed history of how he's falling out with the hierarchy of any particular club, it is because he wants to focus on coaching. When you get him involved in the transfer aspect of the whole thing, again, he loses it. Again, but that's, by the way, again, you make a great point. As getting a DOF is important, and I'm happy to hear that Christoph we're close to appointing him as a DOF for the club. Since you're ready, again, your mic is unmuted. I'll let you go before I bring in Eddie. Roger, your thoughts. What do you think? Again, you can just elaborate on what Tom already talked about, the importance of having a DOF at the club.
Yeah, I think it is vital. We need direction. Like in physics, there's a scalar and a vector with force. So a scalar is a force without direction, and a vector is force with direction, and that's what we need. We need direction at the very top, and for our manager and the director of football to be on the same page, and they have to communicate well and have the same philosophy and understanding. Or at least partially to a certain extent. And that's borne out with Liverpool's involvement how they've evolved the last 5 to 6 years. So it's necessary. The scattergun approach that we've had, and I didn't really like with Marina. Look what she did. I know the sanctions didn't help, but to actually allow certain defensive players to actually be down to their last year, should never have reached that level. Negotiations should have started on the third to second last year, so that we never reached the last year. As simple as that. To allow Tomori to go, these things, it's so I didn't, like Lukaku, she's responsible for Lukaku. It's like that should have never have transpired. He didn't want to come here. It's.
Yeah,
I don't
he
know.
didn't want to come here. Inter needed the money. They were in a
exactly
situation. Everyone could read that on the cards. That you could read that on the wall. In fact, why?
Yes. Well, a lot of people have stated that when it was transpiring, and that, in fact, I don't think. I mean, it's good that Petr Cech was a buffer for Tuchel, but I don't think Tuchel. I think he did feel that he didn't get enough input.
That's because he didn't. He had no input.
Exactly.
Literally, Roman and Marina ruling over the sign.
Yes.
They got Cech in because they needed an actual goalkeeper to replace, the number one position that Kepa was fulfilling at that time.
Right, he found Mendy.
And he did the job.
Because Mendy played in the same club, the French club. I forgot the name of the club.
I think it was Lens.
Lens? Lens?
Where was it?
No, Lille.
Oh, Lille.
No, yes, I think it was Lens. But go ahead. Let me find out.
So Petr Cech, yes, I don't know. I've never been a big fan of Marina. I really haven't.
Yeah, but over your thoughts again. If we start the argument, I'm a very staunch Rennes. Yeah, I'm a very staunch supporter of Marina again, but I'm not going to get into that argument right.
No, that's
right now. Maybe another day. But again, more importantly, it's important that we get a director of football. They will change a lot. A lot will go better. We'll recruit the right talent. We don't just get players because the hottest property in Europe. Eddie, your thoughts on this particular argument? Or before, there's something I want to show on the screen. that highlights the importance of having a director of football. Eddie, if you're still with us, your thoughts on why it's important we're bringing a director of football.
Yeah, it's very important. We have director of football. Yeah, because that's the direction we have to go. We have to have clarity of assignment. Everybody knows his job. The job of the director of football has to be clearly defined, and then the coach knows what he's doing, and then there must be synergy between them to work together in terms of transfers and what players come into the club. That's why I say we're going to see different direction that Chelsea will go. We're going to see a lot of young players coming into the team, being bedded in gently, slowly, but the team will be, the average age of the squad will be brought down drastically. Because I think that's the direction these people, the new owners, want to go. Because spending on the young lads, just as we're on here watching Arsenal playing, a 15-year-old made his debut for them, Ethan Nwaneri, 15-year-old. You know, it's easy. It's easy to bring young stars when the team is winning, but it's very difficult when the team is not winning to bring our young stars. So we have to be very patient as a club, as fans, and as the club in general. If we want to see these young stars coming into the club and these big ones being eased out gently, quite slowly, then we have to be patient for this build, the total transformation to happen. Because I think clearly is the direction this board, the new owners, are trying to go. And with Potter and all, I hope they all pull in the same direction and get this club where we're supposed to be with the youngster. Because, I mean, we know these young lads will definitely give their all. But these big name players sometimes even is good for commercials in terms of bringing in resources for the club, resources and all. We have to know that we need different style of play. I mean, we need to have identity. What is Chelsea all about? What is our style of play? If Arsenal is playing now under Arteta, we see the clear identity. If Pep is playing, we know they have a clear identity how they play. We too need to fashion out or iron out the way the club's identity will be. So I think going back, just as, and quickly, the Mikhailo Modric, the lad, I've been seeing it on chat, so I quickly looked up the player. He's a 21-year-old midfielder. Very good. I watched a little clip as well on there. The Modric guy people are writing about on the chat.
Modric,
yeah, he's a Ukrainian midfielder. He's a 21-year-old midfielder. He looks very good. The little I just watched now while we're talking here. Yeah. He looks very good. I think it's quite kind of similar to the Russian guy as well. So
Arsene.
I don't know. Yeah, the Arsene guy, yeah. So I don't know which one. Arsene is only 19 and he is 21. But I mean, if we're going that direction, we know that's the kind of midfielder we are staying that can give those passes, open up defenses for us when there's low block against the team. They're very good, skillful players. So I think that's the direction we're going to pull. We're going to see changes in that direction of young lads coming in, 21, 22, 23. So that's the way I think they're going to go with this new director of football, which you can see from where it's coming from. They recruit a lot of young players and very good ones for that matter.
Yeah, they're going the right way, especially with Potter, because I imagine him as well developing those types of players as well to becoming, either high caliber or world class as well, like reach their full potential. And that's another thing I'm excited with Potter, because he's done amazing. If you look at his whole career, he started, I don't know,
it's impressive, isn't it?
Started in Sweden or something.
It is.
Yeah, and just Brighton alone, the last 2 seasons have just been transformational. Like they've been able to be, I don't know, fairly new to the league. They've only been in there 3-4 years, and they're managing to be like a mid-team or a mid-table team finish. I think
they finished 9th last year.
8th?
That's 9th.
9th, yeah.
They finished 9th. Yeah.
That's incredible.
Yeah, given what he had.
Yeah.
Just from what he had, yeah. Just like no new players coming in when he first sort of took on the job and stuff. It's just crazy what he's been able to do. And then, he had Cucurella join, last season from Barca, I think. And then, he's been able to do so much. And
can I ask, is Cucurella, he's Spanish, correct?
Cucurella is, yeah.
Yeah.
Now,
he's Spanish.
Is he going to be going away for this international break? Is he in the Spanish
I'm
team?
not sure if he's gotten a call-up because they ritually blessed in that area.
Yes.
But if he keeps playing, if he keeps starting games and keeps doing well, especially at the level of Chelsea, I think he probably goes to the World Cup.
Well, where I'm asking is, which players on our squad have not been called up for international?
I don't
So-
have that list, and I promised I was going to check it, and I haven't.
Because I'd like
Not
to see
sure.
who Graham
But all
Potter
the
could work-
English players are, except Loftus-Cheek, was he called up?
No, I don't believe
He
so.
wasn't. But
I
Ben
don't think
Chilwell
so.
got caught back in. Mount,
Gallagher's
Reece
called
James.
Mount's called up. Gallagher's called up. Mount's
Yeah.
called up.
Yeah,
Who else? James is called up.
yeah.
That's literally all the
But
right.
Ruben, I don't
Nearly
think
all of them.
I don't think Ruben has. But I
No,
want to see.
he wasn't. But if he continues playing games, how many games
no.
before the World Cup? That's because I think the England national team coach likes him, but he has to play first
Well, the reason
before
why
I give him a
brought-
chance.
The reason why I brought that up is I'd like to see who Potter can work with in the next 2 weeks on the international break, especially in defence, to see if he can, because that takes time to gel and build chemistry and understanding with each other.
Yeah, and a lot of the traveling players, when they come back, they're not going to start for about 2 matches or so. It depends on
Yeah,
how those
or at
who
least
remained, how well they do.
So I'd like to see who Potter will be working with day in, day out for the next couple of weeks while there's an international
Gonna be the
break.
youngsters.
Yes. So that would be great, actually, because we do have a lot of youngsters that can be bled into the team slowly. But especially, like, is Silva on duty? Is Cucurella is?
Silva's on duty.
Oh, Silva
definitely, yeah.
At Morocco.
I don't think Fofana has been called up, has he?
I'm not sure. He
No,
might
he
be on the
hasn't.
bench for the French team, but Sterling's been called up. Chilwell's been called up. We got, I'd say, at least half of the Chelsea squad called up.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
I'm thinking on the defense, like Chalobah, Fofana, Cucurella.
Yeah, was Chalobah called up? No, he hasn't played for a while, so I don't think he'd be called up.
Right. So I think he can work with the defense a lot, with the exception of Silva and Bakayoko. You know, they can work together and understand what he wants from them. And as for the midfield, they can maybe integrate, start working together, the ones that haven't been called up. I think this is a very important break.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think Kante was called up. Remember, Kante will not be back until early October.
No, he should be in the oxygen chamber for the next.
Yeah, it will be a huge risk if they do. Here again, we have Busa Ronald says need to see Chukwuemeka starting to. I think we'd see that happen, but like we've established, the process will be gradual. It won't be again a drastic. Here we have Santiago Munoz. Bro, how are you doing? Thank you for always finding time to be part of the show and supporting the channel. I appreciate that. Again, here we have. Arsenal have put on a 15-year-old to make it, again, the youngest player. Wow, okay. I didn't know that. What was the record before? Was it 16, 17? And who was that exactly? I don't remember. Please like and subscribe, people. Keep liking the video. We have 59 likes. We should have more than that. Again, if you haven't, take a second to like the video. Also, again, subscribe to the channel if you haven't. Thank you very much for all the support. Again, here we have, again, what else do we have here to be addressed? So we can move on with the show. Again, Chelsea need to start Denis Zakaria to solve the midfield problem also with Kante in again, upcoming matches. I think he gets a chance to start. Potter has always developed players. He's more of a teacher than Thomas Tuchel is, again, and I know he would do well at Chelsea. But again, I don't think because he's more of a teacher, he spent time trying to develop players when there's the money to actually bring in players that will help him start winning things as soon as possible. He will work with what he has, but he have to be good enough first of all. I don't think at Chelsea would be the case of him helping a drug addict, getting his career back on track and all that. I don't think he has that luxury at Chelsea. Again, he would want to get things going as soon as possible. Was Kante called? I don't think he'd be, but I'm not sure. New director, son Hendrik, being monitored closely. I want Hendrik to join us. He's a talent, but the process is complicated given that he's not of age yet. Again, the whole thing will go through talking with his parents and being sure you're not breaking any rules. So again, like with the issue we had when we signed, what's this African player? I don't remember his name, but we've had several. Not just one. It's not a one-off thing. We had issues signing young players. Thanks. And thank the Lord. You need to know with the shop. Yeah, he's crazy. I think we've had issue with him calling up Kante and end up aggravating his injury. Yeah, a Celtic losing to St. Oh, I'm not following their games again. Here we have again. Glenn says, "I have to go family visit. Family visit again. Have a great Sunday, everyone. Keep the blue flag flying high again. And see you later, Glenn. Thank you for finding the time to join the show." And here at UEFA, I think this is hilarious, and I just want us to talk about it. UEFA have offered to relocate the final of the Champions League to the United States. Now, do I believe this? I'm inclined to believe this. Why? Because it's all about money.
Yep.
It's business, first of all, before anything else. Eddie, let me start you on this one. I think it will happen. I think it will happen because if this happens, which means the UEFA gets more money, which means the club that wins, and you can say the two participating clubs in the final will get more money. I don't see them saying no.
Yeah.
So, Eddie, your thoughts?
Sorry, I just went away for a while. I didn't actually catch up with that. Sorry. What's
UEFA have an offer to relocate the final of the Champions League to the United States soon.
Wow. I don't know. Is that, just on a lighter note, is that how influential Todd Bowley is?
Oh, you blaming him already? Okay.
No, I'm just saying, is that that influential to move the Champions League final?
That may well be the plan.
Wow. I'm just hearing that for the first time, though. I don't know. Need to look into that.
It was, again, more importantly, thank you to Liam Lane for sharing this with me. And the new link Tom shared with me, I'll be looking at it. There's quite a lot of interesting stuff there. So maybe that's why I'll be seeking for the news for the shows. But go ahead, Eddie, your thoughts. To me, it's all about business. Again, if you move to the United States, that means probably twice as much as the money they've been earning from hosting it strictly in Europe. Again, but go ahead.
If this is happening, then we know Super League is not dead, though. Super League stuff is not dead.
Like, you can be rest assured I will resurrect again. Probably this time we'll stand.
I think the Super League then is not dead. So if this is happening, but it's, at the end of the day, UEFA is all about money.
Yeah.
So at the end, they go for the highest bidder at the end of the day. So if this happens, well,
I mean, we're talking Super
Bowl. Well, here's the deal. The next 3 years, the next three finals are in Istanbul, London, and Munich. That's what it's been scheduled for.
So for this one, for the one in question we're talking about right now to happen again, it will take a while.
25, 26.
You can't deny the possibility isn't there. But go ahead.
Yeah. So for the year 25, 26, they haven't announced onwards. So the fourth final in 4 finals time, or they could switch one of the Istanbul, Wembley Stadium, or Allianz Arena in Munich. They could change it, but I don't think so. I mean, who knows? I mean, I can see it happening. Look, the NFL already plays actual NFL games in Mexico and in Europe, in England. So this is the new way. We're a world economy.
And this actually, to me, there's nothing wrong in it.
Global brand. Sorry?
There's nothing wrong in it.
No. It's a little bit unfair for the fans. Like, it has to be on the East Coast, I believe. It can't be on the West Coast because that'll be too far for, let's say, a German or an Italian or an English team to travel. It's just too far. So I think it has to be Central or Eastern. Because of logistics. I think it'll be unfair to the fans. I think that would be a huge thing. If they played it in Pasadena, in California, for instance, or even in Dallas Cowboys, the Texas Stadium there. It's so far for them to travel. There'll be an uproar on that, I think, to be honest with you, geographically.
No, again, just for y'all, I haven't read the article. What does it say? And quickly, let me catch up with the chat. Let us know. Check your DMDA, Coachella. I've seen that, and I'll talk about it in a bit. Thank you very much, Lem. I appreciate that. Chelsea Boy says there's no shortcut to the top. We had our time at the top, and now we just have to accept going through a rebuild. Wow, I think this is the first delicious comment of the day. Very well structured. And again, highlighting again the situation again, we should temper our expectations with patience, because yeah, it's gonna be a very very long season. It's going to be painful because we have been spoiled with quality teams of the past, but now again, the transition period again, it's very different this time given circumstances we found ourselves in. Again, more news, guys. Nagelsmann job at Bayern under threat. Thomas Tuchel strongly linked. I think he'll probably take that job soon. With the job, a question, guys: should we have waited on Nagelsmann? No. I've always questioned his tactical abilities. Believe me, I think I didn't think he was the right man for Bayern. Yeah, he's good again, but I think tactically. Questions, a lot of questions. Pay attention to the way his teams play and how he's able to make changes to adapt to how oppositions approach games. I think Thomas Tuchel gets that job as soon as possible. But that's by the way, here we have again UEFA Champions League in the European competition. It should be held in Europe. That's my opinion. But it's a global brand. I get your argument. It's a global brand. Even the Premier League, as much as, again, it's known very well in Europe, you say the Premier League probably has more followers outside of England, or let's just generalize it outside of Europe. They have more supporters outside of Europe than in England, actually. Lots of, you've seen, I'm sure you must have come across videos of African players going to church with Chelsea jerseys and Arsenal jerseys, praying for the success of the team. So they follow these teams. They follow the Premier League almost religiously. If you want to see it that way. So again, it's become a global brand. So every now and then you see the temptation to move finals or some matches to just to humor them to show okay, it's not going to be a constant thing. But if moving the Champions League final to the United States brings money, a lot of money, it will be constant. It will happen every few years because Saudi Arabia would want you to bring it to Saudi Arabia, and they have the money to pay you. Again, the oil countries would want that to happen in their country, and because they have the money to pay you. And you could say UEFA probably will subscribe to those ideas to see if they can fight off the Super League, because the Super League is about money. So UEFA subscribing to the ideas of playing your Champions League finals outside of Europe, as long as they get enough money to make those teams involved happier, they do it. Again, that's my opinion. Again, your thoughts are, Tom?
I think personally they should move it to America. Like the stadiums are going to be so much bigger. There's going to be so many more tickets to sell. There's going to be so many more fans watching. I think it's going to open up the American sort of the view on football or soccer or whatever you want to call it a lot more there. So I think it's going to bring in more exposure. Whereas if we kind of keep it, I don't know, where is it going to Dubai for the current? Wait, is this year? What you were talking about the World Cup? Sorry, there.
Yeah, I think it makes sense. It makes business sense because it's all about the money, first of all.
Yeah.
Again, plus you can't get teams to play. When are they planning to increase the number of teams participating, which means more games? I think so. Also, I mean, I'm not sure whether that would lead to more games or just more groups. I think possibly more games. I don't know the structure of the plan. But that's, by the way, again, it says plus the American market could bring. Yeah. It's all about the money, no matter how you see it. So again, I don't think it's bad, really. DJ talking to Chelsea Boy. Maybe the All-Star games can be held in the United States too. Maybe a nice idea, but what date? I think that's the question. What's his name? club acts. The date is a problem because they already this schedule actually already the schedule already for teams, you can say it's hectic already. So playing more again, bringing that in, which means will it be off season thing? Maybe an off season thing during preseason, maybe. But it will be you could say a logistical nightmare because even if it's off season team during preseasons, teams also are trying to prepare separately, and they have to send in some players to come make up the all-star team. Again, missing a player or two during preseason can be a huge. But that's by the way. Anybody on the panel want to add to that? You go ahead.
Yeah, I don't think logistically it's feasible because you've got the World Cup and then you have a European Championship. So and then you have like South American. These players are, at the end of a Premier League season, there's internationals, and now with the advent of the new European Cup, for the Championship, whatever it's called, I forget the name of it. It's just no time. There isn't. They're already playing. These top players are already playing, scheduled at least 55 to 65 games a year. That's too much on the body.
Yeah. Well, it depends how they structure it, because I imagine them having to structure it as like regional group games at the beginning, and then going into like all these international matches. I don't see it going straight into international matches straight away.
What do you mean?
So in the earliest of group stages, you'd have maybe all of the Europeans playing amongst each other, and then all of the sort of, South Americans playing amongst each other until they keep progressing into the group stages, where they can now like face off some of the other teams on an international level.
I don't know.
What about the other aspect about like this vaccination thing, about the COVID thing? Some players
that's still a serious factor.
Yeah.
They can take
what about this
travel.
That's only really going to affect people wanting to travel in. So they'd probably have to sell a lot more tickets to the Americans, I'd imagine. I don't know, maybe they might throw all this COVID stuff out the bin, into the bin or whatever, right? But yeah, I think right now, I was looking at traveling to America over the summer, and like there's just too much, all these certificates for vaccinations and everything, and the boosters and everything like that you have to provide just before you actually book a flight and everything now to go into America is just preventing a lot of travel coming from Europe, I'd say, yeah.
Yeah, again, go ahead, Eddie, you were saying something.
Yeah, no, that's just what I wanted to say about the vaccination and some other things are they going to relax so many laws, because laws governing America is quite different from the ones in Europe. So are they going to relax so many laws just to accommodate this? I think it's going to be a stretch. To me, I think it's going to be a big stretch. There are a lot of compromises have to be taken, and I don't think, would it be worth it? And Roger alluded to that as well. What about the fans traveling? It'll be too, it's a long way out. And somebody said on the chat there, it's a European tournament. Why take it to America? If you look at boxing and all, if you look at boxing is more of like individual sport. Yeah. And if you say because you want to have fans, because of the commercial aspect about the world, what's it called now? Pushing the brand out worldwide. Mm-hmm. But what about the fans, the individual clubs involved? How would the fans, would the fans in America be more of fans than the actual fans of the football club?
Of course not.
You know what I mean?
Okay,
it's not going to happen that way.
Conversely speaking, how would the Americans feel if the Super Bowl was moved to, let's say, Germany?
Exactly.
Let's say that's different. That's different. Like if the Super Bowl was moved to Germany, obviously they'd hate it, because the Super Bowl, we don't have any European teams playing Super Bowl, so that it doesn't. It's not a good.
We don't have any American teams, and there's no American teams
playing in Europe
in the UEFA Championship League. They
Yeah.
have their own. This is
But
the equivalent I'm talking about. I'm just saying conversely, you're going to have Europeans that won't like it. But let's put it in. Let's put the ball in their court, in the Americans' court. And I'm an American citizen, by the way. It's like I think like a Chicago Bear fan would not take kindly for them having to travel to, let's say, Germany, hypothetically, or versus like a Miami Dolphin fan or any team, a Cowboy fan. I think they would resent it. I think they would seriously think like the average fan, the average season ticket holder would not appreciate it. They just
I think
wouldn't.
you're right there. You know what? Just for the European games and stuff, I agree. It shouldn't go to America. Anything more international, then we can probably consider America.
Because look, we're not
being a
talking
hotspot,
20 years ago when America didn't have a professional league. Now quote unquote, soccer is exposed. Don't forget, soccer is played more than any other sport up till the high school age. Did you know that? The number one, it's more than baseball, softball, and American football. Most people put like they have AYSO there, American Youth Soccer League. It's participated more than any other sport until college.
Yeah, but
that's a fact. So it doesn't need exposure anymore.
At it as like sports, like soccer, like sports. They naturally already have like big teams. So if you're counting everybody on that team as playing for soccer, then obviously the numbers are going to be high, right? I don't know.
But I'm just saying, America doesn't need to be exposed to quality football anymore because of the fact that they have a professional league now, which is growing and expanding, and they're exposed to it now. That they have packages where they can watch, like NBC, they can watch the Premier League, the Bundesliga, ESPN FC. They show all the leagues now, all the 5 top European leagues. It's open now, so they have exposure to it.
Again, thank you very much. And just quickly before I forget, you, Roger, again, I want to get you guys in a show on Soccer Perspective World Peak English, the England's best 11 for the World Cup. I want Tom to be part of it. I want all the English panelists to be part of it. It's your fight, but I will involve some outsiders to make it interesting one. We'll pick the England's best 11 for the World Cup, and it will be on Soccer Perspective. Not on this particular channel. Soccer Perspective, that's the sister channel to this one. Yeah, go ahead, Roger.
Yeah, when is that taking place?
I want us to happen as soon as possible this month, before we get to the next month.
Let me know, sir. Let me know. I'd be more than happy.
All right. Thank you very much. I appreciate you accepting that offer. I know, Tom, you love football. I know you probably will be willing to be part of that. Again, Kachila, sorry, but your logic, some of the Premier League games can be played in the US. I know you'd start a fight with that, but the Champions League is different. Again, they're used to moving the finals to different countries. You could say, but in most cases, not even participating countries in most cases. But I don't know how else to phrase it, but I know you get my argument. It's all about money, and if UEFA can make more money from there, and make sure, again, that some of the participating countries don't feel, don't rebel against them, so that they don't want to see something like the Super League happen again, but it will eventually happen someday. And when it resurrects, I don't think they'll be able to stop it. Again, but that's, by the way, here's the link to our sister channel. Make sure you go and subscribe. And here, an update. DJ did share an update with me too regarding the club's interest in, I think, what's the place now? How is it pronounced again? The Brighton midfield, is it Casado? And we've talked about it during the start of the show. Fabrizio Romano saying he doesn't see that happening with respect to Brighton's own project. And we've taken their manager, we've taken Cucurella, so it wouldn't make sense to go try and get Casado. But if Casado proves to be bigger than Brighton, then he himself may well want to leave the club. A very important update from Liam Lane saying Chelsea are set to reach an agreement on personal terms with Christoph Freund to become their new sporting director. Talks will be held with FC Salzburg soon to get a deal signed, which means we'll have to, spend some, you can say, some pay of money. This is huge. This is a seriously huge news. Tom saying again, going to get haircut, fellas. Thanks again. Tom, again, by the time we start next show, I will make you a mod now. Again, I can't do it from this window in particular. But thank you so much for finding the time to join the show. Again, I appreciate that. And you being on camera too. Being on camera provides a great value to the channel. I appreciate that. But first, more importantly, it helps us to ID who we're sharing, again, the link with, because some people have sabotaged other content creators' YouTube channel. But thank you. You can stay off camera from now on if you want. But I appreciate you saying that. Again, you have anything to say to this, AD or Roger, the fact that we're close to agreeing personal terms with Christoph?
That's great. I'm happy about that. I don't know anything much about him. Is he the right person, though? That's what we have to ask. So, but obviously the owners have identified someone and have been advised and recommended someone, so that's a good thing. I just want to quickly add that from October the 1st till November the 12th, we have 12 games scheduled, and 7 of them are in the Premier League. I just looked it up for you.
Yeah, DJ, as much as I love you, are you suggesting Luis Enrique for Chelsea Football Club? If I read that correct, Luis Enrique, I really don't want Luis. He's another manager I don't trust tactically. I think his exploits at Barcelona, if you ask me, comes down to the players available to him at his disposal. Then, again, a lot of times when managers who then start, like Potter did, like who else? All the managers who start with lower level teams, but showed what they're capable of doing, like Mourinho did at Porto. I really don't trust their tactical abilities until I see them with teams where they don't have big name players, which big name players sometimes alone are good enough to win you. Like Luis Enrique, he had those players at Barcelona when he coached them. So I hate the coach. I didn't want him at Chelsea then. I'd rather Sarri. Sarri proved he was a good tactical mind at Napoli. With what he had, though he had big name players, but not the best in the world then. And he nearly, again, there was a time he was close to winning the Serie A. But that's, by the way, I get your argument. So again, I will leave, again, my YouTube running while I am away. Okay. Thank you very much, bro. I appreciate that. And like I said, soon, when I have the correct window open, I will make you a mod. Chelsea is still exploring a technical director, with Christoph Freund being friendly with Paul Mitchell. I'm still confused here. Do we need both roles? Do we need to? Eddie, can you comment?
I think the new owners are more inclined to getting both. I think they are more into that.
Separation of duties, if you ask, or division of level, if you prefer.
Yeah, kind of. I think we might see. I won't be surprised, because I've read a lot about it, that they're looking for two. Those roles, they want to separate the technical and the director of football. They want it to be separated. So I won't be surprised we see two of those roles being separated and different people coming in. So I won't be surprised. And Potter, as if Freund is coming, then Potter, because I read where they said Potter will have an input as well to the director of football coming in. So Potter might be involved in whatever they are doing. So they need all of them to work in the same direction. They need to work. They need to go in the same direction of getting everybody on the same page. So I won't be surprised if that happens, because he's not going away though. They keep being linked with technical director and then director of football. So I won't be surprised if it happens.
Well, I'm not going to be against it. Explain to say again. I think what you explained makes sense. I think the main point that what they're trying to do mainly is to have division of level. They don't want to merge any roles. That way, you could say people will be able to fulfill their roles perfectly, and then overall the club as an entity will be run very well and smoothly. Again, so yeah, I'll have DJ talk about it. So he probably joined because of that fight alone. Good afternoon, Coach in Blues. Lola, nice to see you. Lola, let me know whether you are interested in seeing more of that automated Barca news on Soccer Perspective. Let me know. And please tell more people from Barcelona about the channel. And when you look at some of the players, he's definitely the right man. Again, his talent, you could say, ID is brilliant. DJ, bring on the fight. I'm here for it.
No, bro. Listen, I just came to correct myself on one comment I made about Luis Enrique. I was saying at the time when when we were linked with Sarri, and I wanted him over Sarri. That's what I meant to say at that time, not now. That's when I said that earlier on in my comment section, because we were linked with him first before Sarri got the job. It's just because we couldn't agree a package fee with him, an agreement in terms of his wages with Marina and him. That's the only reason why that deal did not happen. Otherwise, he would have become our manager. That's what I was just saying by that comment. That was all.
Okay, again, but let me just let's just be specific here. Do you trust him tactically? Again, he's not coming. We know that. He's still the national team coach, right?
Yes, he is. I was talking. No. What I'm saying to you, Coach, it's not about now. I'm talking about before we got Sarri as our manager, Maurizio Sarri, he was the guy who was going to come to Chelsea instead. And at that time, I chose when it came to a choice between the two managers, I wanted him over Sarri. That's what I meant to have said at the time. Not now, no, because now it's not going to happen now, and I won't go for him now because obviously obviously we've got Potter, and obviously I'm happy with that. Obviously, I'd rather stuck with Tuchel, but obviously Potter's there now. But that's all my debate was, because you thought I was talking about the now. I wasn't talking about the now.
No, I know you wasn't talking about now. I was just saying, in the first place, I didn't want him. I'd take Sarri over him at any time and any day. That's me.
Oh, fair enough. I guess that's
Where is Sarri now?
Before you throw a punch.
Hey guys, where is Sarri now, by the way?
Lazio.
Sarri's Lazio.
Okay. And
I think Sarri, he even said it. He regrets leaving Chelsea again. And if Sarri gets a hold of this team we have right now, believe me, he'd produce a well-oiled machine for us. He's that good. Again, he's one of those coaches that's more of a teacher too. He uses drone to train his defense.
So let me ask you a question. If we hypothetically didn't have Potter, would you want Sarri back?
I'd take him.
I'd
take him. I think we were just impatient. Even though he was successful in his first season at the club, most people still didn't see, again, how good of a manager he was then.
Yeah, but what happened, if I remember,
he really coached up Kante.
He did what?
Sorry. He did very well with Kante.
Yeah, he showed us that Kante isn't actually a 6. It was just a stereotype, given his ability to win back the ball and the energy he shows on the pitch. Go ahead, Eddie, you were saying something.
Yeah, but it was just, I think many people were against him playing just one system. He wasn't changing his system at all. It was only just a 4-3-3, and that was it. It wasn't, even when it wasn't working. And many people were not even too happy because him converting Kante. If you remember then, people were not happy of him changing Kante's role because he wanted to accommodate Jorginho by all means. So people were not just happy, even though Jorginho played very well under him, but when clearly there was mistakes from Jorginho, he kept on playing Jorginho and he persisted on one system of play. So that led to his downfall as well. I mean, many managers who cannot change system. I personally don't really like managers who don't change system. If you're so persistent on just one system.
Can I
That's
say
why
I was unhappy with Kante being switched from a number 6 to a number 8 at that time. But consequently, since then, I've appreciated the fact that Kante has evolved as a player, and it is because of Maurizio Sarri being able to do that. But at the time, I was not happy. I was one of those people. But since then, I actually have appreciated he's evolved as a player because of Sarri, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's right.
I think he has it in him already. Remember, Kante is just again, he was stereotyped. Kante is not a DM. Kante is an 8.
He's
because of his ball winning ability.
My favorite goal from Kante is when he scored against United. A beautiful what a beautiful goal.
A cut back in again.
My favorite goal.
Yeah, was it? I forgot who was in that defense. It was a beautiful goal, and I think he's one of those guys who's into his shots are not more of power but more of finesse. All right, go ahead, AD, finish your thoughts so we can come back with the chat, come back to the panel, get your final thoughts, and we'll call it a day.
Yeah, because it worked very well. It worked very well each time when it wasn't playing, because when it was the deep line midfielder, we had the likes of Hazard doing the other work up front, you know. But when they changed him, it was like Jorginho sitting, and we could see deficiencies in Jorginho. So that was when fans got agitated, kind of, about him not changing him back, because we saw the best of Kante sitting, and then Hazard and all in front of him were doing the job at that time. So for him changing him, but when he was with Leicester as well, him and Drinkwater as well, they did very well. That partnership worked. That's why we brought Drinkwater, thinking we could replicate that Chelsea, but it unfortunately didn't work.
It ended up being a bad idea.
Yeah, it didn't work.
Yeah, and a lot of things that you have. Sorry, go ahead.
The poor Kante, that one season, he had to cover for Jorginho and for Hazard. Oh my gosh. No wonder he's got muscle injuries. Poor chap.
It's been. I think we've used the life out of him. DJ, you want to add anything, or should I move on?
No, listen. I mean, what can we say about Kante? I mean, but I think because of his positions he could play. I think his injuries came worse because of that reason, and that's why he's picking up so many of them. But hey, listen, like you guys are saying already, his game has revolved a lot, but we've had to pay a price for it, haven't we, guys? We've had to pay a price for it, though. Now
he's going to go down as one of our greatest players we've ever had in the club.
Definitely, 100%. And that goal you're talking about, was that the 4-0 win against United?
Yes, it was.
it
And
was a 4-0.
Pedro scored the first goal.
Was scored. I think the first goal was scored in seconds by Pedro.
Yeah. I know the game. Yeah.
And was it Mourinho?
Yeah, that was against
Mourinho was the manager. Yeah,
it was Mourinho United
against Mourinho. Yeah,
he was
made it even better.
He was that was the icing on the cake for me. It was like, das ist gut, ja, das ist wunderbar. It was amazing. It was, but the Pedro's goal. Oh my lord, it was.
I remember that. What a pass it was, wasn't it? I think was it first 50. Pass over. It was someone who passed it over the top. He cut it in
20-something seconds.
20 yards. Yeah, what a goal! I remember that
was
goal,
one of my favorite games ever.
Pedro. Another good player.
I love Pedro, and
I think we have replaced Pedro and Willian since they left us. Again, let me quickly catch up with the chat. Again, we should be ending soon. You have a strong derby today, Real Madrid versus Atletico Madrid. I'll see how soon I can schedule a watch along on Soccer Perspective. Again, it will be a brilliant one to watch. Fabrizio tweeting that Christoph Freund is pretty much done. I want to see that happen again. That's a big signing for us. Again, it's kind of saying at CLC, I'd like to see him here. You want him at Barcelona? I don't want to see. I don't think it happens. Even if he leaves Chelsea, most likely destination will be PSG. And again, PSG is in France, and France is home for him. And at this age, it won't be bad if PSG can offer what he wants to him. Even though he wants to stay at Chelsea, I think he stays. What we're offering him at this point is still, to me, disrespectful. The previous owner were offering 3+1. Now the new owners come out with a 2+1. That, in the first place, is disrespectful, showing him we don't want him. Plus, Thomas Tuchel as much as I love Thomas Tuchel, I hated him openly talking about Kante's injury being factored into the negotiations for the new contract. I know it's not bad, but still, again, I wouldn't take that lightly if I were Kante. All those things again. Plus, I think the club will probably decide to let him go. They want to save money. They want to offer him again. They don't want to offer him a big increase in salary because they factor in his injury issues he's had, plus his age into that. Plus, there's a chance if he doesn't play 2-3 games and we do well in the midfield area, we get a false sense of security thinking we can do without Kante and then decide to let him go. I fear that will happen. Yeah. Mikhail here always coming, looking to fight me, but it's okay. He says, big up Blues, respect to Kachila and the Mary panelists. But Sari was stuck to his system. Is that true? Yes. and personnel, even when it didn't work and we lost games, never again, please. I knew you.
100% Nicole.
Yeah, again, you spoke
agree.
the truth there. He's not known to switch up things. Even Tuchel switches up things. Tuchel is stubborn, but he switches up things more than Sarri does. But thank you very much for that brilliant contribution. So here's the thing. I think it was DJ. DJ, you shared this with us too in the chat, but Liam Lane shared it from a DM. It says, Freund, let me just call him Christoph until I learn how to pronounce that one correctly.
It's Freund, by the way.
Freund. Okay, Freund has spoken to Graham Potter now, who is fully behind the appointment. Salzburg are aware of outreach for weeks, and Freund has their blessings. He's already called Chelsea a huge club and refused to rule out a move when asked about, links during CFC's UEFA Champions League draw with Salzburg. And that was when I said he acknowledged Chelsea's interest in securing his signature, and that's an important move for us. And here we have something here. Chelsea has set to reach an agreement. I think we've talked about that. And this one here, again, the reason I highlighted this was that, I wanted to talk about this highlights the importance of having a director of football, or whatever name you want to call it. It says PSG director Luis Campos reviews on Ousmane Dembele. We didn't sign Dembele because he is a winger, and we play with another system. That's where a DOF comes in. They look at those things and say, this player we're looking at, it will not work. And the other player will not work. And you can be rest assured, if you had one, we wouldn't have signed Romelu Lukaku. Because they'd look at it. Even I with an argument with a video I made with Have Hopes, HH, I made with Tehran Sajdiva, I made with Isham Bahadra. I argued this guy simply doesn't. Lukaku then, before we signed him, it doesn't fit the way Thomas Tuchel likes to play. And that's the job of a DOF. But because we didn't have one then, nobody said, look, wait, I know the scouts should have said something. But you could say the job of the scout is strictly to find talent. Maybe where the DOF comes in is say, okay, this talent will fit into our current project.
Coach, if we had Freund, hypothetically, if we hired him 2 months ago, which of our acquisitions this year would he not have gone for?
I think all of them, I think would be fine. I would have asked a question of maybe Koulibaly, but no, Koulibaly is good. He's good on the ball.
No,
he's a ball carrying defender.
Yeah.
Plus, so I think you wouldn't count none of them. No, I think all of them are good acquisitions.
Right.
I think Koulibaly. I think Koulibaly and Aubameyang might not. Maybe two of them. Yeah, Koulibaly and Aubameyang, they would have.
Given age or what?
I think Aubameyang.
Yeah, kind of age.
Yeah, because of age. I agree with that one.
Yeah. Because
not because of their abilities.
Even though I held the position that Kante, it will be a big disaster, which I still think will be for the club, but our greatest fear as fans will be confirmed soon. I don't see, except Kante accepts the 2+1, I don't see this board giving him 3+1. So Kante might end up going for free. Based on the I think so. Based on the direction they want to go. Based on the direction they want to go, I think if Kante does not accept the 2+1, I see Kante leaving.
They'll probably move on. I think Declan has actually talked about that. I think looking at this from a financial perspective, does it make sense?
Yeah,
and how many games does he play per season? Or will he get to play per season? Yes, but for me, I'd go, even if Kante ends up playing just 25 games per season, even plus the Champions League and the Premier League and the club competition put together, I'd still keep him. Why? We won a Europa League with Kante, who's half fit. We won the Europa Champions League with Kante, who isn't fully fit, and those two cup finals, you could argue again. We're one in the midfield.
I'm slightly different to you guys. I think Kante's going to stay. That's my take on it. I think he will stay. I think if anyone's going to go on
it'd be down to Kante. I won't.
Yeah.
I don't see them giving him 3+1. I say it'll be 2+1. If he doesn't take that, they'll let him go for free. I think that's what's going to happen.
I
Because
think
there's
they
a
may
lot.
possibly bend and acquiesce. I think they may. I'm not saying they will. I can see them giving in because he's such a pivotal player. I can see it going both ways, to be honest with you. But I want to go back to Koulibaly. 31. He's not that old for that position. For that position, he's at his peak, actually. Don't forget, you go back 10, 20 years ago, 30 was old for a player. Now, because of the advancements in medicine and how a player treats their body, cooling down, etc., especially nutrition, you know, a good top world-class centre-back can play at the highest level up to 35. I mean, yes, Silva's the exception. You know, he is not the general norm. He's going to be 38 next week, and he's still a Rolls Royce, but he's not the norm. The norm is up to 33 to 35 is playing at your peak. So I don't believe Koulibaly's age is a factor. If anything, it's his peak from the age of 28 to 35. This is my logic.
Yeah, but don't you think, Roger, if we had been able to get Delete, do you think Koulibaly would have been there? No.
Probably not, no. But look how much we would have spent on Delete. A lot of golf balls.
Yeah.
My current.
And the Delete's experience, although he's played so much game, even though he's still very young, I don't think he'd bring that experience that Koulibaly brings.
And would we have got Fofana because of Delete, because of their youth? Probably not.
Fofana didn't play in a different position than Delete would have been playing centrally.
Yeah.
Although he's capable of playing or across the back line.
I say if we got Delete and Fofana, Aspi would have been gone. Aspi wouldn't have stayed. Yeah.
Yeah, because Delete is capable of playing on the right hand side too.
Yeah. So Aspi wouldn't have stayed.
I just think to have like players in their early 20s play at that position, if you're going to have 2 out of 3 or 3 out of 3, it's impossible. You need experience in that position. You need to be able to read the game. Even with 3 at the back, especially 2, God forbid, you know, you need experience. You cannot have 2 out of the 3 21, 22 years of age, unless they're exceptionally world-class top players. You need people above 25. You just do. This is a vital position that requires experience, gentlemen. It really does. They have to help out a goalkeeper. They have to be able to, especially with a high line. Oh my lord! Yeah, there's no way.
Yeah,
that's why I think.
Go ahead, DJ. Sorry.
I was just going to say that's why I think the reason why Koulibaly and Thiago Silva still being in that team is to obviously help the youngsters that are there now in your likes of Chalobah and Fofana, who I think will learn from these two. But I tell you what, keeping those kind of defenders around. You're talking about Thiago Silva just a couple of minutes ago. Listen, this guy. I remember I wanted this guy when he was at AC Milan years ago, and we couldn't get him right when he was playing at AC Milan. And before obviously went to PSG after that. And the way this guy's looked after himself at his age and how he's still playing, this guy's, I don't think, I for one can't think of a better defender at the moment out there. I don't know, people want to try and say, oh, he's old and whatever. There's others that could go over him, but at the moment,
Rubbish. I agree.
For me, Thiago Silva, for me,
he's a Rolls
I say anybody would take him in there. I mean, if he was to leave Chelsea tomorrow, if his contract's up, any team would take for experience, guaranteed.
Oh,
and yeah, about your cities,
Liverpool, you know
Man United.
Stay as a coach. I want him to stay as a coach.
Same here. I said that as well.
Yes, he's pivotal. Actually, I didn't want him to come when he was 36. I was like, why? I didn't think he's going to be this pivotal to Chelsea. Seriously, can you imagine, hypothetically, if he didn't come to us? We wouldn't have been top 4.
I think the thing is, again, I'm not regretting anything about the time at which we got him. I think we got him when he's playing his best football.
Yeah, he's
so experienced. Again, I don't know. His pedigree overall, his intelligence as a footballer. It's not about pace. He's played the game so much, and he's played nearly almost any type of player you'd name. That before you make a move, he anticipates it.
And
again, he's so intelligent that You wouldn't even get the chance to race against him, let alone outpace him. I hate to repeat them myself, but that's the only thing that comes to mind. Again, it's not about pace. It's not about, again, muscle power or anything. Simply, I think it's his intelligence. I think we got him at a stage in his life where he's playing his best football. Exactly. I don't regret us getting him when he was younger. But again, then he wasn't. You could say he wasn't as good as he is now. But that's, by the way, says, why don't you rate Luis Enrique? He's coaching the Spanish national team now. Does that make him good? That doesn't necessarily make him good. Do I think the England manager is a good manager? Yeah, he led them to this. Was it semi-final or final of the again the European competition? I don't think. No, I don't trust him tactically. But he has good enough play. He rode. You can say he rode on the strength of his team, not what him as a manager was able to do.
Attila, please tell me you're not making comparisons between Southgate and Luis Enrique.
No, I'm not. I think.
I was going to say.
I know you take Enrique over him. I know how much the Englishman hate Southgate.
Enrique would have ended up being Chelsea's manager only for his demands. Demands were too high.
Correct.
But he would have lost that job the following 2 years. Believe me.
Sorry, say that again.
He would have lost the job in 2 years or even less than a year. He's not that tactically sound. That's how I see it. And believe me, you remember I told you this.
Hey, question.
His year at Barcelona, he had good enough players that even without a coach, they'd still do well.
Yeah, but he literally took over from Pep Guardiola. Sorry, mate. He took over from Pep Guardiola and continued on their winning ways, mate. You can't say that.
A well-oiled team already. DJ goes, I can't win this one. You can't win that one, brother.
Hey, DJ, coach, I have a question.
But coach, we could have said we wouldn't know now the players he would have attracted to Chelsea as well as a manager.
So all hypothetical, like Josh Viola is fighting for me in the chat. Yeah,
that's right. Yeah.
Hey, chaps, I have a question. There is a chance that you do realise, let's say after this World Cup, I have a feeling that Southgate is probably going to. Well, how long is his contract for?
He signed another extension, didn't he? He signed for another 2 years, didn't he?
And the surprising aspect is that England usually they give managers a long time, even if the manager sucks as the worst manager in the whole world. They give managers too much time.
So even if he comes from AYSO, right? I think
they give managers more than enough time. I have to be honest.
Potter could go if Potter in 2 years' time is asked by the FA, "Would you like to be England manager?" We could lose him, chaps.
There is that possibility.
We were actually told that's the reason why they pounced on him so quickly, because they were afraid he's going to take over the English national team job. You're talking about Graham Potter, right?
Yeah. If we do well, I think we will do well the next 2 years with Potter. I think we're going to win silverware.
He will do better than Southgate. He would do better. England is too predictable under Southgate, believe me. As much as I like watching them, as much as they are blessed with abundance of talent, but he's clueless. It doesn't look like he knows what to do with the talent he has, at his disposal.
I'm talking about Potter. This is my worry, my fret, I fret that we could lose Potter. Instead of him being a 5 to 10 year manager, like a Klopp or a Pep, I'm scared that the allure of the prestige of the England job could allure him away. That's my worry.
There's a chance that happens because he's the best English manager out there at the moment.
He's going to showcase what he can do with Chelsea the next 2 years, and I think we're going to win silverware or get to finals at the very least, which is to me is just as good. That's my only concern is that we're not going to have a dynasty with him because of the Southgate issue.
I hope. Let me catch up on the chat. We're closing into the 4th hour. I think we should call it a day. Let me see again. Here we have again. I want to ask you this, Lalo, quickly. Tell me, do you trust Luis Enrique then tactically? Let me know you're a Barcelona fan, and I want to get that opinion from you. Does Enrique speak English? I don't know. I don't know actually. So, do you think we should have brought in the DOF first and then gone for signings, or do you think there was just no time during a transfer windows? I think my idea. I think Bolly thought maybe he could just get it done and get for DOF later on, and then he found out how difficult it could be, and he probably realized one of the reasons why the issues that emerged between him and Thomas Tuchel was because of lack of the availability of a DOF, or maybe the patch of Petr Cech. So he now learned the importance and wouldn't want the importance of having a DOF. Even though Petr Cech was fulfilling an invented role, but that role also did the job of a DOF. So that made the relationship between Thomas Tuchel and Bolly easier then when Petr Cech was still available. So I think maybe Bolly thought he could do without one, but realized how quickly he was wrong, and that's why they're pushing really to get one in now, and they're not even like taking their time to say, okay, let's wait till January or so or something like that, or let's just take our time and see. Again, I'm not sure. Anybody else want to add to that quickly before we call it a day? Kachila, you will be my choice for YouTube. For YouTube DOF, yeah, I get it. Anybody want to add to that? Again, let's call it a day. We've been streaming for long. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say something. I don't know if you guys are aware, but you do know talks with this director was going on when Thomas Tuchel was our manager, don't you? Because basically they were after the Salzburg striker, Chelsea, the one who joined. He's gone to Leipzig, I do believe it. I think he's gone back on loan. Sesko. There was talks then about there was talks of Freund and having chats with Todd Bowley then. Now, had he got him had he brought him in then, Thomas Tuchel would have not been sacked as our manager. I can tell you that now. He would have stayed. Yeah. So this has been ongoing for a while. Why do you say that? Because let's put it this way. I think Freund
is a buffer.
Yeah. What's that, sorry, mate?
He's a buffer. He would have been a buffer. He would have been in Tuchel's corner.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I was going to put it in a different way. But yeah, that's right. He would have been in Thomas Tuchel's corner, and I think they would have agreed on this because Thomas Tuchel wanted the Salzburg striker. Okay, and obviously talks were then going on between the director of football Tuchel and Todd Bowley. So it would have happened earlier, but for some reason or another, he's acting on it now after Thomas Tuchel has been sacked. It makes you think that it makes you then wonder how much Todd Bowley really wanted Thomas Tuchel as our manager, because he would have got him there and then sorted out. So that deal would have been sorted out. Maybe, who knows, we'd have probably ended up getting a Salzburg striker as well, had that all gone through. So it has on been going for a little while, guys. It's just not happened just now, by the way. So it's been happening for quite some time. So that is why I'm a bit like saying I'm not surprised by Freund coming to Chelsea now, to be honest with you, because he had already had talks with Chelsea beforehand. That's all I wanted to add on that.
Thank you. Thank you for. I think it makes that argument makes perfect sense. But then you said you wanted a Sarri back. I said what my argument was that I'd take Sarri on over Enrique. I don't trust Enrique would do well in the Premier League. Again, just saying hello to each other. Again, it's still see Santiago Munoz. Nice to see you here, brother. I hope you're doing well. Why don't we buy Palmeiras? I don't know, and I'm not sure I know the player you're talking about that much. Again, Endrick is going to make his debut today. Debut for what club? Have we signed him already?
No, I don't know if he's talking about his. Is he talking about?
What's the name of the Brazilian kid? Is it okay? In Brazil. He hasn't made the senior team appearance yet.
No, I don't think he has. I think he's in the squad.
He's like 16, isn't he?
Yeah.
Okay, so you were suggesting us buying the club Palmeiras, okay, as the feeder team since we want to buy one. Okay, I see. Southgate is a. I'm not going to read that. I will not.
Chelsea
Sorry, I love you, Chelsea boy, but I'm not going to read that.
I can understand.
Oh my goodness, we should have gotten a Silva from not Potter. Silva is a good manager, but I think Potter is a better manager. Silva has had the time at Everton. I think he struggled tactically also. He struggled. at Everton. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think he was the same Silva who was at Everton. Again, we should have gone for Valverde. Valverde, again, he was a good manager too. He coached Barcelona. Correct me if I'm wrong. Are you kidding me? Marco Silva a few years ago was fired by Everton because he could. They spent quite a lot of money. He was the manager that bought Iwobi, but couldn't again. You could say the team didn't do well. They spent a lot of money. No, look how he has gotten for him playing. They're doing well, really. They're playing very well. But I get it. But Potter has done much more. You can say in terms of record, Potter is more proven than he is. Here says, of course, I trust Luis Enrique, coach. We won 5-6 trophies that year, 2015, almost our second, Yep, again, he left because of problems with Batome. Okay, I see. Previous president. Again, but there's a chance he was able to achieve those things because of the work that Pep had already done in the team and the players he had. But that's me. I need him prove me otherwise with the Spanish national team. You're saying I'm being unfair?
I think you are a bit on him, mate. Do you know that? I really are. I really do.
Look at them nicely fighting back.
I really do think you are being a bit unkind on Luis Enrique, mate. Honestly.
Okay. Again, I could be. Again,
it's your opinion,
you win.
I
agree. Yeah, he practices again a very fast and vertical positioning games. He's super damaging to space, but he's able to penetrate a tight defenses too. He just needs the right players. Okay, Valverde sucks. Is he the Argentine? Was he the Argentine?
I
think he was. I think he's Argentine. Again, he only manages some small teams. Again, if you see yourself as a small team, call Valverde. Then you just have to see Barca 0, Liverpool 4. Okay. I think he struggled then with the team. I remember you're talking. He's Argentine, right? Is that the guy you're talking about? Again, Palmeiras is a Brazilian club. The name was spelled wrongly before. I know. Again, we played them in the Club World Cup. Okay, yeah. It's my opinion. I understand totally. Again, any final thoughts from anybody? Any thoughts before we call it a day? We've been streaming for 4 hours plus. I think we should end. And again, probably go watch the women's game. I'm not sure when it starts.
Valverde is actually Spanish.
Oh, he's Spanish. Who was? I think that they had an Argentine at one point. I think you could say they were still so certain then when Pep left, switching from one manager. Was it when Enrique left?
You're talking about, you know that.
I've forgotten his name. There was an Argentine that coached them.
Well, definitely Barcelona, yeah.
Yeah.
Who's the Barcelona fan? Is it Lolo? Lolo, who's in the Cams at the moment.
Lolo is the Barcelona fan. Yeah, Lolo. I'm looking for an Argentine that coached Barcelona since Pep left. I think he did very badly.
Let me have a look. Let's have a look. Barcelona's.
Is it Tata or is it Tete? What's that name? Something T. I can't remember.
Yeah, the name sounds so. Tete. No, I know who you're talking about, but was he Argentinian?
Oh, Tito.
Is he?
No, not Tito Villanova. Tito is Spanish.
Barcelona managers.
That was another man, Argentine.
Let's see.
Let's have a look. Barcelona.
Yes, I was saying I don't remember. Let's see history. Who we're looking at? So you've got
Tito was the one that who was the one that had cancer? Was it Tito? But I don't think the person I'm looking for is Tito Villanova. That was an Argentine.
I mean, the ones I've got here, Cuchilla, I've got Pep, Luis Enrique, Frank Rijkaard. Who else is on here? Who else? They're the main three that are coming up. Ronald Koeman. View all. Let's view all.
Not Koeman. Koeman flopped too. Koeman, I never liked him again.
You got Guardiola, Kluivert, Koeman, Dembele. That is another one.
Okay, let me look at it. Sargi, 2021. Ronald Koeman. Ernesto Valverde, Luis
is this
Enrique. Is it Martino that I was not Martino? It's a recent Barcelona manager I thought was Argentine. He didn't do well.
No, you're not talking about is it Kike Sentiens? Is that the one?
I have to do my research. I think I'm mixing things up there.
That's
Tata Martino, where is he from? Is it Tata Martino? Argentine, 2013. I think that's the guy. He didn't do well.
Oh, Tata Martino.
Yeah. I knew it was a T something. He didn't do well, really. He flopped. Correct me if I'm wrong. He flopped. Again, who passed away? Was it Tito Villanova who passed away?
I think that was the one who...
He had cancer again, but that's why they made his so rest and profit picks. Look at what Valverde is doing with Bilbao. Good job there. But like Lola said, not a big team. Starts at 17:30, which is Las Vegas time. I don't know. But I'll find out. He flopped quick. Okay.
Is it Ernesto Valverde? Is that the one?
Valverde did he do well? Let me see his picture here.
He comes under as worst managers. Then you got
but again, the manager had in mind again was Martino de Argentina. I think that's his name.
Ernesto Valverde is Spanish.
Yeah, he's Spanish. The Argentine in question is Gerardo. It was 2013, 2014. I think I'm correct. That's the period I'm thinking. He didn't do well.
Tito Villanova, he's come up as well. It's not that one, is it? That's that the one who passed away.
I think. Yeah.
Tito Villanova.
He won them one. I think he won one La Liga for them and all that. But that's by the way. Any final thoughts from anybody on the panel? Let's call it a day, people. We can. Do
you know who
I'm guessing nobody. Roger, you have anything else to say?
For me,
yeah, I think.
For me,
go ahead, Eddie. When you finish, Roger can come in.
Sure, go for it.
Yeah, I think we just have to be prepared. I think the new owners are putting all these pieces together, and we might see. Because I think one thing they are not afraid to do is to spend. They are not afraid to spend, and they're not afraid to take compensations and all. So I think when they have all this technical director, whatever they want to have, and the sporting director of football and all together, and all going in one direction, we'll be so surprised the kind of players they're going to be signing. I think I read a report that Chelsea will spend big again in the January transfer window. So I won't be surprised. We're still linked with Vardiol. Leao is still there. And even Declan Rice, looking at the summer, I won't be surprised Declan Rice coming into the picture because these people, they want to build something. And we just have to be patient with them. And I think we're in for a good time.
Yeah, we are. But we just have to be patient. Declan Rice probably comes cheaper next year. Anybody else on the panel?
Yeah, just on what he was, just on the comments gentleman just made. Is also Alvarez is also being linked with Chelsea as well for the midfield. And let's not forget the other guy we're going to be signing. I think that deal is going to happen. I think it may have already happened already. I just need to get it all through now. The Russian player, the young Russian kid.
Oh yeah, Arsene.
Yeah, Arsene.
Is he Russian? He plays in Russia, but he's not Russian. Yeah. He's Armenian, I think. But go ahead.
Yeah, I mean Arsene Zakrian or something like his name, isn't it? Arsene Zakria, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
He's coming. I do believe he's coming in January. So again, he's a midfielder. So it looks like we are going to be doing some business in January. The one out there, all those players that the gentleman mentioned.
January? You think they're coming this January?
I don't know. All of them will. Not all of them won't. But I would love. I've said it before. I would love to see Rafael Leao at Chelsea, but it looks like he's going to sign a new contract. But I hope he stays.
I think if anything, he comes in the summertime.
Yeah, he won't have that.
No, it depends. If AC Milan, if they don't do well in the Champions League or what direction they're going, I see they let Leo go.
It's a risk. If the more they waste time, he hasn't extended. It's a risk. He probably ends up living on a free. I think the issue right now, what's holding him back from signing a new contract, AC Milan has refused to pay the Court of Arbitration, what's it called again, the cast fine on Leao, which is around 20 million euros or so. I'm not sure the number. But go ahead. You were still saying something.
Yeah, Manchester City are also in for Leao now, by the way. So that could be another interesting one. Especially if Bernardo Silva goes. Huh?
How long has Leao got on his contract?
2 years, I think. 2 years left.
So next year he becomes a year lesser, and the lesser delays on the year on the length of his contract, and the cheaper he comes. And we don't have that draw now. Maybe because of the relationship between Borley, he had series of meeting with Georgie Judge Mendes. So maybe we have our upper hand. And plus, we see what happens. Go ahead.
Yeah, yeah. And the other one, I think the other interesting name that's just come out, and I don't know, I know it could be part of the. I don't know if it's because we haven't got a sporting director in yet, but one of the names that's been mentioned is Doku, the young Belgium kid, the winger. He's also been linked with Chelsea as well. He was linked with Liverpool a couple of seasons ago, and there's also talk of Bellingham as well from.
That one emerged from nowhere.
Yeah, out of the blue, that
Bellingham.
one. Jude Bellingham, yeah.
I think he's going to start for England in the World Cup. He's a very mature player. Like Ralph Honigstein has been waxing lyrical about him for a year now or so. He is mature beyond his years. He's going to be a superstar. But I think he's going to Liverpool.
Yeah, that's what I've heard. But his brother looks well. He's just coming through as well. He looks really good as well.
Who's he playing for?
Birmingham. I think the same team. Is it? Who's he playing for? Was it Birmingham? Birmingham City. Is that who he was at before Coventry? I can't remember. Who was he at before he went to Dortmund? It was Birmingham, wasn't it?
Birmingham, yeah.
Birmingham. So yeah, his brother's there as well. Apparently, his young brother.
Yeah,
so that's a good scouting job.
Yeah. Definitely.
Yeah, go ahead, DJ, so I can bring in Roger again.
I'm done.
I'm done. Okay, Roger, go ahead. Your thoughts, so we can call it a day. It's been a long while, and again, we're starting to enjoy it. If we don't end it now, we'll continue for the next 10 hours.
Yeah, well, I've learned quite a lot. I didn't realize that you wanted Southgate to replace Potter as our coach. So
what?
I learned
that today. You're looking for a fight. Not gonna work.
I'm just teasing, Coach. I'm just teasing.
No, I know you're kidding, but no.
I couldn't resist, Paul. I couldn't resist. No, I'm actually optimistic, especially if we get a DOF, especially because that to me is going to be more important than any future acquisition. Otherwise, we're just a scalar, not a vector in physics, which means we need direction. Because you can't put everything on Potter. I think whether we make top four or not, I don't know. I hope we do. I really do. But it's going to be, like we were told that we were lucky to win the Champions League a year and a half ago. But then again, we reached so many finals, even though we lost them. Like we lost 3, domestic cups consecutively under Tuchel, but we made it to those finals that he was coaching us with. Therefore, we have the depth. Do you understand? Man City didn't make those finals. Liverpool didn't make those last 3 finals, but Chelsea did. Plus in Europe, and plus the World Club Cup. It's like when people are saying it's a rebuilding year, but it's essentially, with the exception of Rudiger, do you understand? I know we've lost Werner, which I consider a loss, and that Danish player with Rudiger. We're essentially the same team. Yeah, Christensen. If anything, we've actually got better. It's just that we need to start playing as a team, and it all depends on the desire. I think on paper we look good. Maybe I'm being naive. I don't know. But this is my train of thoughts. I believe Chelsea can do damage this year. What we win, I have no idea. But I'm optimistic because of the acquisition of our training staff and manager.
Yeah. And Mikel is still in the chat cooking me. But it's okay. You were talking about Tata Martino. Yeah, I think he was nicknamed Tata, but I don't think his real name is Tata. He was nicknamed Anis Argentine. He did awful at Barcelona. I killed. Yeah, you did. I understand what you mean by that. But you're fine. I have been informed. Okay, that's just an update. Ryan, that last name. Just say Asen, please. Hey, it looks like Liam knows exactly what he's doing. He knows I struggle to pronounce that. Again, Asen won't come until the payment structure can be sorted out. The problem with war in Ukraine too and all that. Again, a lot of says Ernesto Valverde is Spanish. He's now coaching Atletico Club from Bilbao. You can see again, he works well. It's small teams, okay. And this is Mikhail cooking me, and I want Sarri to, over Luis Enrique again. That's my opinion. Yeah, but thank you very much, guys. Again, Jude Bellingham. Look, watch this kid. I can play midfield. I think I did a show with Mies from the other side of the coin. One of the episodes of the scouting for Chelsea. He argued why Chelsea should sign him, but we knew then he wasn't going to come for cheap, and that's for sure. Because after Erling Haaland, you could say he's the biggest, asset they have at the club is Jude Bellingham. After Erling Haaland, and we knew then Haaland would probably leave, and Bellingham would be next, and he won't come for cheap, and that's just what will happen. Again, I want him. If we can get him, I prefer him. Take him anytime, any day over Rice. Jude Bellingham, again, younger brother. Go ahead. You were saying something, Roger?
Sorry, Coach. If this ownership does get Jude Bellingham, that speaks volumes to me. That means they're really serious.
I'd rather him over Rice. Again, that's how I feel. Again, guys, thank you very much for a brilliant show. Very civil in the chat. Again, I can't thank you guys enough. All the panelists. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, but Declan Rice and Bellingham, they don't play the same position, so they're different.
But I think Jude can actually fulfill that role, don't you think?
I don't think so. I think it's more of Chukwuemeka's role. We have Chukwuemeka now, kind of Bellingham. Bellingham, I think from report, 80% certain is going to Liverpool. That's why they've not signed any midfielder this season. I think for him, it's like Liverpool. So we have Chukwuemeka, because if we are going for Alvarez, we're talking of that ascent, if not for the war in Ukraine. That ascent,
so you're highlighting the importance of paying attention, the role we're getting each player for. I think
very correct,
I think the way he plays, I think you could say he's capable of, and maybe you're saying the Kovacic's role rather than a sitting six.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah. Not a sitting six. Declan Rice is more of a sitting six. Bellingham.
I think it makes sense, so we can have them both.
That's huge money, man.
What do you think?
Overpriced.
Yeah, but if we were to get one, I'd say get me Bellingham, forget Rice. We can do without Rice. That's how I see it. But now you're saying it's huge money.
Oh, that's
again,
big
but that's, by the way, again, thank you very much, guys, for all the great contributions. You can see, I don't know if everybody on the panelists using their Twitter handles. Most people there like to stay private, and you can't. If you follow them, they probably have to preview first. And again, pay attention. I'm going to keep saying this. DJ Salves are preparing to launch a YouTube channel, and you know how well he understands Chelsea Football Club. So pay attention to the launch of his YouTube channel. Be sure that I'll be there. Follow Roger. Again, he doesn't use his YouTube his Twitter handle. Probably start doing that soon. Follow DJ Salve. Follow Bobby. Again, follow AD for Love. I think his Twitter handle is the same thing. If not, again, he started using it. I want to say thank you to everyone who's found time to participate in the show. It's been a brilliant show, very civil in the chat too, very enjoyable. And again, if we don't stop, it's going to remain. We're going to keep going. But with that, I say thank you so much for finding the time to join the show. God bless us all. See you guys next time. And thank you to all the mods in the chat. Unfortunately, I can't start saying thanks one by one, but let me just try. Again, thank you to Lala. Again, thank you to DJ Saab. Thank you to the Queen of the House, Just Viola. Thank you to Mikhail, my brother, for finding the time to join. Thank you to Liam Lane. And thank you to everyone else. Siobhan Igwe, thank you. Apologies if I missed your name. Again, see you guys next time. God bless us all, and bye.
Peace, everyone.